Master means leader or best qualified, as in concert master or master architect.
Matanda na po pala ang Freemasonry.
Marami po sa kasapi ng Katipunan. Mason daw.
Oo nga lo, tapos di ba si Rizal nag-retract bilang Mason?
Sandali lang. Isa-isa lang, mahina ang kalaban. You know, Freemasons have always been at the forefront of the struggle for freedom of thought and tolerance for the different kinds of religions all over the world. Ang mga Amerikanong Masons ay aktibo doon sa American War for Independence at saka pati sa French Revolution at saka doon sa 1896 Revolution natin.
The foundation of our republic, of our being free as a nation, is because of the blood and tears of the Masons. At ito sila si Jose Rizal, si Andres Bonifacio, Emilio Aguinaldo, at marami pa. Pangalanan mo, halos lahat ng mga heroes natin ay membro ng Masoneria.
Marcelo del Pilar was instrumental in establishing Filipino Masonry in the country. He is considered the father of true Philippine Masonry. Jose Rizal became a Master Mason in 1890 and used the name Di Masalang. Many reformers became hardliners like Bonifacio and were convinced that separation from Spain was the only alternative.
Emilio Aguinaldo highlights that the Masonic Revolution was Masonically inspired, Masonically led, and Masonically executed. When you look at the Filipino nation, Freemasons contributed in three distinct ways. First, the propaganda movement. The Filipinos who became Masons in Spain, they joined Masonic lodges who highlighted liberal ideals. And those Masonic lodges came to push for reforms that ended up being the propaganda movement that was the start of revolutionary thought. Second, what were those liberal reforms? One, most importantly, separation of church and state. The importance that the state must be secular because we live in a society with many religions. Second, the fact that we should be elected by representatives who we elect and that they should have a mandate from us. Third, that we must have fundamental personal freedoms like free speech, freedom of religion, freedom to voice our grievances against government. That education should not just have a religious supervision but also be supervised by the state. So all of these liberal ideals that Filipinos learned in Masonic lodges, the propaganda movement brought here, we started to see ourselves as one nation because we saw ourselves not just the capacity to govern, but a kindred spirit of being one national community. So if it weren't for Masonic lodges and Filipinos who joined them, therefore, there might not actually be a Filipino nation today.
Oh, pag-aralan niyo ba yung kartilya ng Katipunan? Ang kartilya ng Katipunan ang nagsisilbing guidebook sa lahat ng bagong miyembro ng grupo. At doon nakasaad ang lahat ng prinsipyo, lahat ng simulain, at saka lahat ng palatuntunan ng Katipunan. Yung original version is 14 paragraphs. Doon nakasaad ang lahat ng values na dapat isapuso ng mga Katipunero. Tenet number 3. Ang tunay na kabanalan ay nasa pagkakawang gawa, sa pag-ibig sa kapwa.
I think also equality.
Galing! That's the fourth tenet. Maitiman o maputi ang kulay ng iyong balat, ang lahat ng tao ay pantay-pantay. Kung minsan ay maaaring mahigtan ang iyong dunong, ang iyong yaman, ang iyong ganda, pero hindi mahihigtan ang iyong pagkatao. And these are the ideals espoused by the Freemasons.
You look at the time when we were occupied by Americans and also the Japanese, you will see that Filipino Masons led in our fight for liberty and for independence.
There were two groups of Masons who faced the Japanese invaders. One was led by Dr. Josepi Laurel. And believe it or not, 6 past grandmasters were killed during the time of the Japanese occupation.
And to cap that period, it was a Mason who liberated the Philippines, no other than General Douglas MacArthur. Few people know it, but Quezon played a major role in tandem with Governor General Francis Burton Harrison in building and strengthening Freemasonry during Commonwealth period. The ranks of initiates were teamed with national leaders and nationally prominent civic, industrial, and business leaders. They were leaders in education, law, medicine, politics, including names that resound even today.
There are 22,935 active Master Masons in the whole of Philippine jurisdiction. When we say Philippine jurisdiction, it does not only encompass the Philippine Islands, but we have lodges also in Guam, 3 in Guam, 2 in Japan, 1 in Marianas Island, and 1 in Korea.
It includes nationally prominent Masons in government, politics, business and industry, military, police.
Lo, are Masons atheists? Do they reject God?
That's totally untrue. Do you know that one of the requirements before you become a Mason is your belief in the Supreme Being? And there are Christian pastors who are Masons, and so are some imams. So how can they become Masons if they don't believe in the Supreme Being?
So, does that mean that they are a religious cult? Kasi I remember coming across the term Masonic Temple eh.
No, they do not espouse any particular religious belief.
Ang Freemasonry ay isang organisasyon na mayroon siyang sariling way of initiation. Kapag ka hindi alam ito ng ibang tao, they brand it as cult.
Hindi kailanman inisip ng Masoneria na siya ay maging isang relihiyon. Dahil yung mga Mason hindi nangangako ng salvation.
Before you are considered to be an applicant in Masonry, you have to believe in God.
Katunayan nga, mayroon akong nalaman, mayroon isang paring Mason, Katoliko.
Wala naman talagang problema between the Roman Catholic and Masonry actually.
For one thing, there is the ecumenical movement. There has been meetings between the leaders of Masonry and the Catholic Bishops' Conference group.
Masonry is secular in the sense that we admit many people of different faiths, practices religious tolerance in making sure that we learn to behave despite the inherent dogmatic nature of almost all religion.
In the altar, we always have the Bible. In Mindanao, we don't only have the Bible, but we have the Quran.
It is not a secret organization, it's not a secret society. Pero meron kaming mga secret practices na hindi pinapaalam sa iba.
The ceremonies are private precisely because they teach symbolically lessons which are best learned personally and are best imbibed in one's heart. We are not secret. You can visit our Grand Lodge anytime. You can visit our museums. You can join us in our social affairs. But we are essentially a very private organization.
An open volume of the sacred law, the rule and guide of life, is an essential part of every Masonic meeting. The volume of the sacred law in the Judeo-Christian tradition is the Bible. To Freemasons of other faiths, it is the book held holy by them.
The apron that you see typifies to protect the body. But in the speculative Mason, it's a symbol of dignity, a symbol of service to humanity.
Freemasonry does have certain handshakes and passwords, customs incorporated into later fraternities which are kept private. They are means of recognizing each other, necessary in an organization which spans the entire world and which encompasses many languages.
Yung righteousness, right, lalong-lalo na yung sinasabi sa geometry na right angle, which is also the square. Pag sinabing square, siguradong matwid ang iyong pagkilos, matwid ang iyong mga ginagawa. Yun namang compass, ginagamit namin iyon para nang noon ay malimitahan ang iyong pagkilos. Ang iyong pagkilos ay doon lamang sa nasasakop nung compass, to subdue your passions and improve yourself into Masonry and to your relationship with your fellow men. Yung letter G kasi is the initial of the name of the Supreme Being God. Yung black and white checkered, kapag ka nabuhay ang tao, hindi mo maiiwasan na ikaw ay humakbang sa mabuti at ikaw ay humakbang sa masama. Kaya ikaw ay pinag-iingat bilang Mason, ipinaalam sa iyo, dapat kang matuto at maliwanagan alin ba ang mabuti, alin ang masama. Yung tatlong kandila na yon ay sumisimbolize sa dalawang importanteng principle ng Masonry. Number one, it symbolizes the universality of Masonry. And number two, it symbolizes humanity. Yung three candles na yun, ang position nun in a perfect right triangle. Yun yung symbol na ang lahat ng Mason, ang kanyang obsesyon ay marating yung perfection. At iyon, nando sa center. Lahat ng lohya sa buong daigdig, ganyan ang setup. That center table symbolizing na ang Masoneriya ay hindi relihiyon. Dahil kung siya ay relihiyon, dapat yung kanyang altar nandun sana sa lahat na yun at doon ay nakatingin. Pero bakit nasa gitna? It symbolizes again yung center ng puso ng tao kung saan nanggagaling yung love, understanding and affection na nanggaling sa puso ng Mason na ang sinabi ng Panginoong Diyos, "In your heart I shall erect my temple." Nung ikaw ay darating, sa pintuan ng langit, meron dalawang simbol kang makikita na siyang nakabukas at nakasara. Karapat-dapat lamang na iyan na ibubuksan pagdating ng panahon kung ikaw ay darating doon para sa mga mabubuting tao na kaming tayo, mga tao ng mga mabubuti, lalo na ang mga Mason, makapasok sa pinto ng kalangitan.
Ito yung Grand Lodge.
Dito ginagawa yung mga rituals at ceremonies ng mga Masons.
So, ibig sabihin ba nun ay dito din ginaganap yung mga secret meetings nila?
Dito pinaplano, saka pinag-uusapan ang lahat ng mga proyekto para sa komunidad at para sa bayan. Hindi sikreto yung gawain ng mga Freemasons. Hindi ito secret society.
Ano yung brotherhood na sinasabi nila?
Yung principles, ibig mong sabihin.
Ano nga po?
Yun yung brotherly love, relief, and truth.
Agan-agan nga po, Lolo.
Brotherly love, relief, and truth.
Lolo, narinig ko naman kayo doon.
Taking sacrifice, giving even the last drop of your resources to others, I think that's one way of brotherly love.
It deals with the craft from the inside, which is to cultivate harmony among the brethren.
Sa Mason, brotherhood, ang ibig sabihin niyan ay mahalin mo ang kapwa mo, kahit sino sila, maging sa iyong organization mo sa labas, the teaching of Freemasonry, at to love everybody. Hindi ka namimili kung sino, basta bigyan mo yung kapwa-tao ng equal chance. Nabigyan mo sila ng respeto, you respect their opinions, you give them chance to express themselves.
As we join this organization, you have your specific obligation to your brother. you also have some obligation to the community and of course to your family. And doon sa labas, when you preside over your subordinates. But in Masonry, you preside at your peers.
Ini-extend namin yung kung tawagin principles of Masonry, yung brotherly love, relief, and truth, into our workplace, into the church where I belong, and into the whole people where I can encounter them day in and day out.
Kung tutingnan natin, ito naman talaga yung dapat ginagawa ng bawat isa. Pero binibigyan lang siya ng emphasis like yung sa atin nga, yung brotherly love, na dapat we have to treat anybody else na kagaya natin na equal din. Kung magiging patas ka naman sa hindi lamang dun sa kasamahan mo sa isang organisasyon, is lalo kang re-respetuhin ng iyong kasamahan, hindi lamang being part of this fraternity.
Ito ay isa sa mga prinsipyo na pinaglaban ng Masonry, na sana lahat ng Mason ay kailangan totoo at magiging totoo sa lahat ng bagay na ginagawa niya. To be honest, to be truthful, as always.
You're truthful to yourself, and you expect others to be true to you, and you say what you want to say, and you do it. Yan ang ibig sabihin ng truth.
Truth is the very foundation of all virtues. It gives us how to conduct ourselves, not only within the temple, but also outside. At yun din ang dinala ko doon sa trabaho ko. Alam niyo naman, ang trabaho sa isang pamahalaan, sa Masoneria, doon sa mga tenets ng Masoneria and cardinal virtues ng Masoneria, it gives me some guide in my conduct as an official of the government.
It's in living out this philosophy that one is judged by his own peers in the fraternity whether he is indeed a real or true Freemason.
Then relief. On the relief, the Masons are told to extend help and assistance to everyone, not only among Masons, but of course foremost among them is Masons.
Kung may nakikita kang distress na brother, especially Masonic brother, you have to fly to the relief of that brethren at tulungan mo kung ano man ang makakaya mo.
I have been a chief PNP. Pagka meron akong gustong malaman na nangyayari sa isang lugar, after reading it from the reports of my people, I call immediately a brother. And he will always tell me the truth and nothing but the truth. So you will not go wrong.
Hindi naman kami mga santo na mayroong pagkakasala, pagkukulang, at doon, napapanday namin ang bawat isa na nagtutulungan, nag-uunawaan, at kung naliligaw, tinatapik ang balikat, Brad, nagkakaroon ka ng problema, nagkakamali ka, at maaari ba mag-usapan natin?
The point of being a Freemason is that you seek to be a better person, not just in the eyes of your peers, but also in the eyes of the society around you. And that will take a process of discernment throughout your whole life. And sometimes, when you fall along the way, the point is not that you did fail, but that you got back up with the help of your brothers.
One of the requisite din na pinapaalaala sa amin is you shine from within, then all the rest will happen.
One of the teachings of Freemasonry is for you to divide your time in your family, your profession or your work, and your country. So for every aspect of this 12 inch gates, we call it, you should have always time for your family, you should have always time for your work, and you should have always time for your country.
You love your wife, your children, and everybody in the family the way they should be loved. Yan naman ang trabaho natin dito. Yung parents, the siblings, you love them.
The fraternity is family-oriented. We would rather have you with your family than with us.
Ever since I became a Mason, I tried to do my best. Trying to compel myself to do what is my obligation to my lodge.
Once a Mason, was always a Mason. But you have your obligation to do your duty. Attend meetings, provide services, take care of your brothers and brothers' family, and of course, your own self. And of course, never abandon your family.
From my early manhood up to this time, I would say that the principles of Masonry still would have a lingering influence on my life.
Doon sa travel ko sa Masoneria, I learned that everybody is equal. We should treat everybody as equals, no matter what the title is. Kaya nga kung titignan nyo, pagpasok nyo dito sa aming templo, kung tawagin, nakalagay dito, tatanggalin mo kung ano man yung mga titulo nyo. Lahat tayo pantay-pantay.
Hello, bakit puro lalaki lang po sila? Bawal po ba ang mga babae? Eh yung mga kabataan po, paano po sila sasali? O pang thunders lang?
Alam mo, dito sa atin sa Pilipinas, merong organisasyon para sa kababaihan, meron din sa kabataan, at sila ang katuwang ng mga Freemasons sa mga proyekto nila sa komunidad. Hindi lang ito para sa mga thunders.
Masonic lodges maintain today a long-standing tradition of restricting membership to men. This tradition is based on the historical all-male membership of stonemasons guilds.
Our first core value is brotherly love. That is a traditional term to mean mentorship. You will have your peers mentor you to become a better man. And for that, you need a model who is male. It's not that Freemasonry discriminates against females. It's highlighting that for this traditional institution, since mentorship is important, a male model is essential to being a member.
The moral and ethical values that Freemasonry encourages are universal and not gender-based. Under the administration of Most Worshipful Grand Master Romeo S. Momo, along with the indefatigable officers and staff of the Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Masons of the Philippines, advocacy projects have been launched benefiting the less privileged Filipinos. This year's theme is Freemasonry, Bridging Men through Harmony and Brotherly Love, making better men for better society.
Based on my program, we have issued circulars to our Blue Lodges to implement the assistance to public schools. At halos lahat naman ng mga Blue Lodges natin have identified yung mga poor and medyo malayong mga lugar na public schools, public sites. Inadapt na nila yung eskwelahan na yan, binakuran nila yung eskwelahan, pinarepair nila yung eskwelahan. And in fact, we have donated school buildings also for the ITAS in Tarlac and in Pabia, Iloilo also for school sites which are more or less medyo mahirap na mga lugar. Taking care of the environment, which is also my program. We are aiming to plant 1 million trees throughout the country. And so far, we have already planted more than 300,000 trees. Sa tingin ko, by this act of ours, it is just to awaken the interest, not only of Masons, but non-Masons as well, that there is really a need for all of us, not only Masons, to plant trees. I think there is really a need for all of us, not only the Masons, to assist and help these students out there. My dearest friend, not only Masons, out there, marami pa rin mahirap na mga estudyante.
The other part of the theme is for the Masons to be an active part of the better society. So this is through charity works, assistance to public education, and various activities involving care for the environment. Let us continue to propagate harmony among our ranks and support the Grand Master in his plans and programs, not only for the Grand Lodge but for the country as well, for the society.
Papasalamat tayo kay Grand Master Romy Momo dahil sa kanyang idea na magkaroon ng coastal cleanup, and yung HPG po is full support sa ganitong mga proyekto. Nakita natin yung gravity, sobrang talaga yung yung damage sa environment, yung basura. Kailangan dito maging responsibility ng each and everyone yung basura. Kasi sabi nga, kung ano itatapon mo, babalik din sa'yo. So yung HPG po ay tumutulong sa Grand Lodge of the Philippines. Kaya in full support of the Grand Master, nandito po yung HPG.
Ito po ay bahagi na tatawag nating people's responsibility toward the clean environment. Kami po sa MMD, isa po sa mandato namin ay panatiling malinis sa ating kapaligiran, kasama na po rito Baybay Lawa, ito po sa ating Baybay Ross Boulevard, kasama po sa paglilinis. Kaya kami po ay nagpapasalamat sa pagkakaroon sa ito initiative at kahit papano, malaking tulong din sa amin ang babawasan ng mga basura na nagkalat sa ating Baybay Dagat na to.
Isang programa ito ng mga Mason na katulad namin na tumulong talaga sa kalikasan natin sa ngayon. Environment is area of concern at dito nadidevelop din namin yung samahan, unity at harmony ng fraternity namin because we are sharing the same principles, the same ideals at the same purpose of helping, of course, preserving the environment.
Maraming mga projects ang mga Freemasons na hindi na lang ina-announce. Yung mga Shriners, ayan, may sariling hospital yan through donations from different members, associations. So, libre ang pinampapagamot dun sa mga nasusunod na mga bata. Tahimik yung ginagawa ng pagtulong sa mga kababayan natin, ganyan, mga kapusparan.
Freemasonry is about contributing quietly, this sense of quiet leadership in everyday things and creating value from them. There are Freemasons who are taxi cab drivers. You could be in the same lodge with somebody who is a messenger. The point of Freemasonry is not who contributes best, but how do we contribute.
I think we have many things in common with government, with church. For one thing,
Marami rin mga blood
there are
donors ang
always groups that try to raise money to give to the poor. We also believe
kung saan unang ibinagayway ang bandila po ng Pilipinas. Naroon si Eunice Samonte. Magandang umaga sa iyo, Eunice.
Gabay na
walang
batayan
ang mga
pangamba laban sa anti-terror bills. Sa panayam
Isang pagpalaya ang kalayaan sa iyo, Zaldaya. Dito tayo ngayon sa Kawit, Cavite at pagkaroon ng militar sa mga insurgency sa Pilipinas. Sa tulong ng anti-terror bill, at 22 ang pagpapataon at pagpapadala ng logistics sa mga teroristang grupo sa bansa. Anya, bilang matatapang terorista sa Mindanao sa pagkaroon ng mga miyembro na tungtawan at nagharap ng Lagsiano. Sabi pa niya, tasaon hanggang ang terror bill dito para sa panahon ng ating kalayaan.
Sabi niya natin, ito yung pinakamatandang fraternity.
Ano nga ba ang koneksyon nito dito sa ating kalayaan? Narito panahon natin ang PTR.
Pinaharap pero nalampasan niya. At naipakita niya talagang ito ay nakakatulong sa ating sambayanan. Kaya naniniwala rin tayo siyempre na kapag ang namumuno sa organisasyon ito ay dapat may malasakit kagaya ng ating ngayon, kapag yung mga process ng mga namumuno itong fraternity.
15 years from now, na milyong piso. Ayon sa Canadian Embassy, ikinalugod ng gobyerno ng Canada na maging kapartner ng Pilipinas sa paglaban sa pandaigdigang banta ng virus. Pinahayag ni Presidential Spokesman Harry Roque na tatalakayin ng IATF ngayong araw ang pagpapaluwag pa sa mga restriksyon sa quarantine sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa. Sinabi ng kalihim sa ANC na ibabase ng gobyerno sa scientific data ang kanilang magiging desisyon. Posibleng ang mga lugar na nasa QI ay ibababa na sa modified
non-members can only just
Sa ilalim nito, papayagan na ang pagbabalik operasyon ng iba pang industriya. Pati na ang lahat ng kanyang publikong transportasyon. Pero nagbibiroke na ang Metro Manila at Cebu ay maituturing na special cases dahil marami pa rin ang nahahawa sa virus sa mga lugar na ito. Gusto nila anyang matiyak na hindi mauusi sa pagkalat pa ng virus ang pagbubuwag ng restrictions.
that there should be brotherly love against each other.
We're still looking for some kind of data that would indicate that Metro Manila, if we give it more liberties on this MTCQ, will not start a wave. Right now, the IATF has issued a resolution authorizing city mayors to lock down the effect not just barangays, but zones of barangays, even subdivisions every day. So let's continue the strategy because we want to give as much freedom to the different places of Metro Manila to resume whatever activity.
fraternity, but this will make our fraternity more relevant in the future years to come.
So at this point, I still believe that Masonry is relevant. Unfortunately, not all members are Masons. But if non-members can only just be conscious of the lessons of Freemasonry, there shall be no problem with coexistence. If we have existed for the last 100 years, the Grand Lands of England has existed for more than 300 years. I perceive Freemasonry even outliving our present generation. Because if the teachings are still relevant, and whatever profession you are, whatever endeavor that you have, still you cannot forget that there should be brotherly love against each other. There should be always be ready to help anybody who is in need or is in distress. And just do what is right.
Very relevant and becoming more relevant. Kasi kung titingnan natin, basta may organization, there is organizational discipline. And through the years, you learn lessons. The more lessons learned, the better improvement.
Filipino Masonry would continue to exert its benevolent influence on whatever will be the pathway that will be taken by our people towards peace, progress, and prosperity. This is because the values espoused by Freemasonry strengthen our principles of democracy, republicanism, and equality of the people. These are virtues which will be timeless and will always be timely. And since this has been the enervating doctrines of Freemasonry, Freemasonry will always be relevant.
I think it is. Dapat nga siguro we should propagate some of the Freemasonry para bumalik tayo sa basic. Napaka-basic naman yung tinuturo eh. Brotherly love, relief, and truth. Napaka-basic niyan eh. And it is, these three tenets are true in all societies.
You will see how widespread this brotherhood is.
Is an organization for young men aged 12 to 21. Masons, known as advisors, provide mentorship.
These young guys have already imbibed the initial ideals of Freemasonry in their early years. You just remember the general concept of brotherly love, relief, and truth. If you want to understand more about it, if you want to practice more about it, then it becomes an enticement for you to probably
Tanghal tak. Baba! Ta! Ginoo, tapos na po ang pag-aalay ng bulaklak.
Diyan po nagtatapos ang seremonya sa pag-aalay ng bulaklak ng ating kalihim tagapagpaganap. Sa pagdiriwang ng Araw ng Kalayaan, ating binibigyang pugay di lamang ang mga nagdaang bayani sa kasaysayan ng Pilipinas sa nag-alay ng kanilang buhay upang ating matamasa ang kalayaan at soberenya ng bayan, kundi maging ang mga natatangay nating mga kababayang itinatayang kanilang buhay at seguridad sa araw-araw upang maging pananggalang ng buong bayan laban sa pandemya. Sa pagtugon sa kanilang tungkulin, sila ang saklolo para sa kapakanan at kalusugan ng taong bayan. Ang pagdiriwang ng ating kalayaan ay ating ding inialay sa mga katangi-tangi nating mga frontliner na kinakatawan ni Dr. Jose P. Santiago Jr., Pangulo ng Philippine Medical Association. Kaya't sa araw na ito, ang buong sambayanang Pilipino sa kanila'y nagpupugay. Dadako po tayo sa pag-aalay ng bulaklak ng ating natatangi at magiting na kumakatawan sa mga frontliner, Dr. Jose P. Santiago Jr. Sasamahan siya ni na Dr. Rene R. Escalante, Tagapangulo Pambansang Komisyong Pangkasaysayan ng Pilipinas, at Kapitan Gregory Gerald V. Fabic ng Hukbong Dagat ng Pilipinas.
po ating natutunghayan ang dalawang helicopter dito po sa May Luneta para ho sa ceremonial flower and confetti drop. Bilang pagkilala pa rin po sa kabayanihan ng ating pong mga frontliner sa medical field at isama na rin natin ng lahat ng ating mga kababayan na tunay na inilagay ang kanilang buhay sa linya po ng ating pong laban dito po sa COVID-19. So muli, yan po ay ang pag-aalay ng bulaklak ng Philippine Air Force, Aljo. At nakita niyo po ang pagbagsak ng mga bulaklak at confetti dito pa rin po sa Luneta.
Nakita natin ang kahalagaan talaga ng sakripisyo, ang pagbubuhis ng buhay, ang dedikasyon at enerhiyang ibinibigay ng ating mga medical frontliners sa paglaban sa COVID-19. Hindi lang mga frontliners natin na mga nasa field ng medicine, kundi pati na mga sundalo, ang ating pamahalaan, again, ang Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte, lahat ng mga cabinet officials sa pagtugon ng bawat isang responsibilidad upang labanan natin ang invisible na kalaban ni nga.
Oo nga, hindi ba?
Itong COVID-19.
Sa puntong ito, mangyaring balik ang inyong atensyon sa Red Wall upang tunghayan ang mensahe ng Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte, Pangulo ng Pilipinas.
I join all Filipinos in celebrating the 122nd anniversary of the proclamation of Philippine independence. 122 years ago, our forefathers proudly proclaimed the birth of the Filipino nation. Today, we honor them for their bravery, heroism, and sacrifice, as well as we thank them for the gifts of democracy and freedom. As we wage united battle against COVID-19, we now have the opportunity to demonstrate that we possess the same gallantry of spirit and the nobility of character as the heroes of our past. Let us now move forward with courage, hope, and optimism as we overcome this pandemic. Mabuhay tayong lahat. Mabuhay ang Republika ng Pilipinas.
At ayan po inyong napakinggan ang tinig ng ating pong Pangulo sa kanyang mensahe. At ngayon, patapos na po rito ang selebrasyon. So Aljo, nakita natin 2 beses umikot ang Philippine Air Force helicopters para nga po magbigay-pugay po sa ating mga medical frontliners.
The annual June 12 observance ng Philippine Independence Day came into effect after past President Diosdado Macapagal pinirmahan po yung Republic Act number 4166, no? At nag-legalize po ng holiday. Actually, sa lahat ng mga pumapasok po ngayon,
walang pasok. At sa mga may pasok, 100%
na may dagdag sweldo. At kapag ikaw ay day off at pumasok, meron kang dagdag 50%.
Okay. So with that, balik na po tayo muli sa may pagtulungan ng Manila Hotel. Balik na tayo po kay Diane Querer.
Maraming salamat sa inyo, Aljo at Angelique. Gaya ng ating nasaksihan, naging simple pero makabuluhan po ang selebrasyon dyan. Samantala, sa puntong ito, balikan na po natin si Mel Moras na nasa Malolos, Bulacan, kung saan nabuo po ang Malolos Constitution, ang saligang batas na nagsilang sa First Philippine Republic. Magandang umaga muli sa iyo, Mela.
Yes, Dayan, sa mga puntong ito ay inaantabayanan natin ang opisyal na pagsisimula ng programa rito sa Baraswain Church sa Malolos, Bulacan para nga sa Araw ng Kalayaan. Sa ating pag-interview kanina, kung dati ay 3,000 hanggang 5,000 tao ang karaniwang narito para magdiwang ng Araw ng Kalayaan, ngayon limitado lamang ang mga tao dahil nga sa banta ng COVID-19 na sinabayan pa ng malakas na buhos ng ulan. Sa mga puntong ito ay nararamdaman nga natin ang pag-ulan kaya talagang todo ingat din ang mga tao. Pero bago yan, balikan din natin ang naging kasaysayan nga at ambag sa ating kalayaan ngayon ng Baraswain Church. Panoorin yan.
Baras ng Swail, kung tawagin ng mga revolusyonaryo noon ang lugar na kinatatayuan ng Baraswain Church sa Malolos. Pero bukod sa kakaibang pangalan, naging saksi rin ang simbahan sa ilang mahalagang pangyayari sa bansa. Una ay ang pagtitipon ng unang kongreso ng Pilipinas sa Malolos taong 1898 kasama si nooy Pangulong Emilio Aguinaldo. Pangalawa ay ang pagbabalangkas ng konstitusyon ng Malolos na sinundan ng pagkakatatag ng unang republika ng Pilipinas, Enero 23 taong 1899. Ating alalahanin na minsang naging bukas na tahanan ng mga Pilipino ang simbahan na ito sa panahon ng revolusyon. At lumipas man ang panahon ay nakaukit na sa talakop ng simbahan ang mga pangyayari sa kasaysayan na mag-uugnay sa ating kasalukuyan.
Dayan, sa mga puntong ito, narito na rin si Bulacan Governor Daniel Fernando at inaantabayanan na nga lang natin yung pagsisimula ng programa dahil talagang kahit umuulan, tuloy ang kanilang paggunita ng Araw ng Kalayaan. At yan muna ang latest mula rito sa Baraswain Church sa Malolos, Bulacan. Mela Les Moras para sa Kalayaan 2020.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Mela Les Moras. Samantala, ang Cry of Pugadlawin, simula po ng Philippine Revolution laban sa mga Espanyol ay naganap noong Agosto 1896. Sinimulan ito ng mga katipunero na pinamunuan ni Andres Bonifacio, ang founder at supremo ng Katipunan. Para maghatid po ng mga kaganapan mula sa Caloocan, makakasama natin si Naomi Tiburcio. Magandang umaga sa iyo, Naomi.
Kaya alas 5 pa lang ng umaga ay nagsisimula na ang paghahanda ng puwersa ng kapulisan dito sa Monumento Lungsod ng Caloocan para sa matiintim na selebrasyon ng Araw ng Kalayaan. Sa ngayon, walang nababalita ang rally ngayong umaga bilang bahagi ng paghihigpit sa mga public gatherings. 10 katao lang ang pinapayagang makapasok sa loob mismo ng monumento. Kasama na rito si Caloocan Mayor Oscar Malapitan at isang kinatawan ng National Historical Commission of the Philippines. Napasisinayan ang wreath-laying at flag raising na magsisimula mamayang alas 8 ng umaga. At dito sa Caloocan, naganap ang isa sa pinakakilalang pag-aaklas ng mga Katipunero laban sa mga Kastila na nakambag sa kalayaan ng bansa. Panoorin natin ito.
Ramdam ang ingay at sigla sa Highway 54 sa lungsod ng Caloocan na kumukonekta sa Samson Road, MacArthur Highway, Rizal Avenue at EDSA. Sumasalamin ito sa sigaw na namumutawi sa bantayog mula sa ama ng himagsikang Filipino, si Katipunan Supremo Andres Bonifacio na makikita sa monumento. Kasama ni Bonifacio sa bantayog ang mga Katipunero na ipinakikita ang pagpupunit ng sedula sa unang sigaw sa Balintawak, Caloocan bilang bahagi ng kanilang pag-aaklas sa mga Kastila. Ayon sa mga mananalaysay, isang paalala ang bayani na si Bonifacio na mula sa simpleng pamumuhay sa pagbabago na kayang gawin sa bansa kahit ng karaniwang Pilipino.
Mula rito sa Caloocan, Naomi Tiburcio para sa Kalayaan 2020.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Naomi Tiburcio. Dumako naman po tayo sa Angeles, lalawigan po ng Pampanga, kung saan naroon ang Pamintuan Mansion. Dito naganap ang unang anibersaryo ng deklarasyon ng Philippine Independence. At live po mula sa Angeles, Pampanga, si Karen Joyce Villanda. Magandang umaga, Karen.
Aljo, simple pero makasaysayan. Ayan na naging selebrasyon ng Araw ng Kalayaan dito sa Pamintuan Mansion sa Angeles, Pampanga. Ngayon ngang panahon ng COVID-19. Kung dati may mga makikita ka pa na pumaparada ng mga estudyante, sundalo sa sa labas, papasok nga dito sa Pamintuan Mansion dahil bawal nga ang mass gathering, ay kinansela na muna ito. Kanina ay itinaas na ang watawat ng Pilipinas at inawit na ang lupang hinirang. Pero bago ang lahat, bakit nga ba naging makasaysayan ang Pamintuan Mansion sa Araw ng Kalayaan?
Sa makasaysayang mansyon ng mga pamintuan sa Pampanga, iwinagayway ang ating watawat bilang tanda ng kalayaan. Ang mansyon na ito ay nagsilbing tanggapan ni Pangulong Emilio Aguinaldo noong taong 1899. Pero alam nyo ba sa kaparahong taon din ay ginanap sa tapat nito ang paradang militar sa bisperas ng unang taon ng kalayaan. At noon ngang 2015, ang mansyong pamintuan ay ganap nang naging museo ng kasaysayang panlipunan ng Pilipinas. Ang kahali-hali ng mansyon na ito ay may natatanging disenyo. Tila sinasabing hindi ka mabibigo sa pagbisita mo rito. Nahati ito sa siyam na gallery. Tampok ang kasaysayan ng mansyon kung paano ito nabuo noong 1890. Ang museong ito o ang mansyong pamintuan ay simbolo ng kasarinlan at pagkakaisa. Tanda ito na ang pamana sa atin noon ay mararapat lamang na alalahanin at ipagdiwang ngayon.
Aljo, kung sa dating selebrasyon ay nagaganap pa sa mga oras na to yung play, pero dahil nga yung mass gathering ay kinansela ito. Pero sa ngayon, naging maikli pero naging makabuluhan ang selebrasyon ng Araw ng Kalayaan. At yan na muna ang huling kaganapan. Karen Villada para sa Bayan.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Karen Joyce Villanda. Punta naman po tayo sa lungsod ng Davao kung saan isang simpleng selebrasyon din ang isinasagawa. Maghahatid po ng balita si Jay Lagang ng PTV Davao. Magandang umaga, Jay.
Makasaysayang umaga sa inyo, Dayan, at sa lahat ng ating mga tagapanood. Nandito nga tayo ngayon sa harap ng Davao City Hall kung saan ay ginagawa ngayon ang isang simpleng seremonya bilang pakikiisa ng lungsod ng Davao sa ika-122 taon ng Araw ng Kalayaan. Dayan, kakatapos nga lang ng isinagawang flag raising ceremony dito sa Davao City Hall kung saan ay pinangunahan ito mismo ni Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte kasama ang iba pang mga local officials ng lungsod. Kabilang na dyan ang commander ng Task Force Davao na si Colonel Consolito Yekla at ang hepe ng Davao City Police Office na si Police Kirby John Craft. At nandito rin ngayon nakapaligid din sa buong City Hall ang mga uniform personnel upang bantayan din ang seguridad ng isinasagawang simpleng seremonya ngayon dito sa lungsod ng Davao. Una na rin sinabi ni Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte na magiging simple lang ang gaganaping seremonya ng lungsod dahil na rin sa nagpapatuloy na banta ng COVID-19. Kaya naman mapapansin natin dito, Dayan, sa paligid ng Davao City Hall ay mga uniform personnel lamang at wala tayong mga namataan ng mga civilian personnel or mga civilians na nandito ngayon sa paligid ng Davao City Hall. Magiging maikli lamang itong gaganaping programa at kung saan ay magtatapos ito sa picture taking doon sa Rizal Park. Yan muna ang litas mula dito sa Davao City. Jay Lagang para sa Bayan.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Jay Lagang ng PTV Davao. Kabilang rin sa mga nakipaglaban para makamit ang ating kalayaan ay ang mga Cebuanong katipunero. Isa na po dyan si Pantaleon Villegas, na kilala bilang si Leon Kilat na siyang nanguna sa tinaguriang Battle of 3 de Abril. At para maghatid po ng balita, makakasama natin live mula sa Lapu-Lapu City si John Aroa ng PTV Cebu. Magandang umaga, John.
Ang aming mahal na Mayor.
Andito po tayo ngayon sa dalampasigan ng Mactan sa Lapu-Lapu City, kung saan ang makasaysayang Mactan Shrine na matatagpuan ang monumento ni Lapu-Lapu, ang kauna-unahang bayani ng Pilipinas. Naiangat na ang watawat ng Pilipinas dito sa Mactan Shrine at nandito ngayon ang ilang elected officials ng Lapu-Lapu City, ang Vice Mayor na si Silodonio Sitoy at si ang hepe ng Lapu-Lapu City Police na si Colonel Carlito Baha. Sa lugar na ito, nangyari ang labanan ni Lapu-Lapu at Ferdinand Magellan, kung saan napatay ni Lapu-Lapu si Magellan. Mahalaga ang pangyayari na ito sa kasaysayan dahil pinatunayan ito ang kadakilaan at kagitingan ni Lapu-Lapu na lumaban sa bayan. Isang inspirasyon ang pangyayaring ito sa lahat ng Pilipino, lalo na sa kabataan, dahil pinapakita nito na tayong mga Pilipino handang lumaban para sa kalayaan at kasarinlan para sa kinabukasan. Pinatunayan natin na sa dalampasigan ng Mactan na hindi tayo magpapatalo sa anumang laban ng buhay. Kasabay rin ang pagdiriwang ng Independence Day dito sa Cebu, ang magandang takbo ng panahon dito sa Mactan Shrine. Mula dito sa Mactan Shrine sa lungsod ng Lapu-Lapu, Jan Arua, para sa Kalayaan 2020.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, John Aroa. Mula naman sa Pinaglabanan Shrine sa San Juan City, balikan po natin si Sandra Samala. Magandang umaga ulit sa iyo, Sandra.
Ako ay Pilipino, buong katapatang nanunumpa sa watawat ng Pilipinas at sa bansang kanyang sinasagitan na may dangal.
Dito nga tayo ngayon sa lungsod ng San Juan at kasalukuyan ay nanunumpa ng Panatang Makabayan at kakatapos nga lang yung flag raising. Dahil kakarating lang din ni Mayor Francis Zamora at ngayon ay kakantahin nila yung himno ng lungsod. At pagkatapos nito ay sisindihan nila yung tinatawag na eternal flame. Sinasagawa daw ito taon-taon dito yan sa lungsod ng San Juan. At limitado nga lang din yung mga dumalo dito sa pagdiriwang na ito dahil nga sa banta ng COVID-19. At ayon din sa lungsod ay wala nang mahaba pang programa. Yan muna ang latest mula dito sa San Juan.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Sandra Samala. Samantala kung ating pong mapapansin, talagang simple pero nagiging makabuluhan po ang mga selebrasyon sa iba't ibang mga makasaysayang lugar po sa Pilipinas. Balikan ko lang po yung sinabi po ng ating Pangulong Rodrigo Duterte sa kanya pong naging mensahe doon po sa naganap na seremonya sa Rizal Park. Ang sabi po niya ay nakikiisa po si Pangulong Duterte sa lahat po ng mga Pilipino sa pagdiriwang po ng ating 122nd Philippine Independence. Ang tema po natin ngayong taon, Kalayaan 2020, tungo sa Bansang Malaya, Nagbabayanihan at Ligtas. Kanina rin po sa naging seremonya sa Rizal Park ay nagkaroon din po ng pag-aalay ng bulaklak sa bantayog ni Rizal, si E.S. Salvador Mendaldea at kasama si Mayor Isko Moreno at ang representative mula po sa Philippine Medical Association. Ngayon, magtungo na po tayo sa lungsod ng Davao kung saan nagsasagwa po ng press conference si Mayor Sara Duterte.
Usually wait kung merong communication from the Office of the President. So for this time, walang communication from the Office of the President.
Mayor, ano po minsan yung mga dawawen nyo para po
sa paano nila i-celebrate yung Independence Day ngayong araw?
Yes, i-celebrate nila inside their houses and they remember kung unsa ang gibuhat sa ato ang mga martyrs kaniadto no for us to have this freedom and independence today and relate that to their personal lives and of course how they are as residents of Davao City and citizens of the Philippines.
Check.
Oh, sorry, bang.
Yes, please.
Or 6 decades po. Tuloy lang.
Personal.
Okay, wait lang po. Ito lang po.
Ilan? Personal ilan?
Okay na yun. Happy 6th anniversary, DXDC, RMN Davao.
60th po.
60th.
Okay, okay, again po. Sorry, Mayor. Okay po, Mayor.
Happy 60th anniversary, DXDC, RMN Davao. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Thank you, Mayor. Dito, sir. Magpag-group lang po sa ano. Sir, balik kami, sir. Balik kami. Meron pa, sir.
Come together tonight as one community where we will be
vaccine sa ating pong mga seremonya sa iba't ibang mga makasaysayang lugar sa Pilipinas. Diyan man po sa Rizal Park, sa Maynila, mula dun sa Angeles, Pampanga, sa Davao, ay ating pong napansin na simple at pinapractice po yung social distancing. Yan po ating nakikita po sa Pinaglabanan San Juan. Si Mayor Zamora ang nangunguna po sa seremonya. Simple, bagamat simple, makabuluhan po ang seremonyang isinasagawa dyan po sa San Juan. Kagaya rin po ng mga iba't ibang seremonya at kaganapan sa iba't ibang makasaysayang lugar sa Pilipinas. At ngayong pong panahon ng pandemya, bagamat ating pong ginugunita ang katapangan, kabayanihan ng ating pong mga forefathers, ang mga lumaban nagsakripisyo po para po makamit po natin ang kalayaan na meron po tayo, ay sa panahon pong ito ay very relevant po ang kabayanihan at sakripisyo po ng ating mga frontliners. Especially po yung mga nasa health sector, mga doktor, mga nurse, mga medical assistants, sila po ay pumapasok sa kanilang mga trabaho, nasa hospital risking their lives para po mapagaling ang ating mga kababayan na kasamaang palad po ay nakakuha po nitong virus ng COVID-19. At sa iba po nating mga frontliners, kagaya po ng mga sundalo, mga kapulisan, mga miyembro po ng media, mga nagtatrabaho sa mga grocery stores, yung mga janitors, yung pong mga nasa logistics sector. Naku, yan po yung mga nagsulputang pong tinatawag nating mga bagong bayani, yung mga nakaraang pong mga
all the frontliners. Kasi ang mga frontliners natin, barangay, police, at medical workers, doctors and nurses and health workers. And tapos with the napaka-emotional nung paglipad nung helicopter, sending flowers to the ground. This is worth remembering. Pangalawa, ito medyo makikita ng ating mga kababayan, tayo-tayo lang ang nandito. So we continue to, while we can still celebrate, enjoy the liberty that we, na tinatamasa natin, but we continue to follow the same policy na ini-implement ng IATF, the social distancing and limiting assembly. As you can see, ilan lang tayo rito with the Secretary Mijaldea here and the military host and the PMA, the Philippine Medical Association. So, yun ang mga kahit pa paano na-arouse natin. At salamat sa Diyos, hindi umulan.
Hindi bumuhos.
Hindi bumuhos. Umulan kanina pero tuminto.
Tahimik, pero makasaysayan at may mensahe. Napakalalim ng mensahe, Mayor, lalo na sa ating mga frontliners again. Na-emphasize talaga ang kanilang sakripisyo, pagbubuhis buhay sa ating mga kababayan, lalo na sa paglaban sa COVID-19.
At yan naman ang bagay na dapat bigyan pahalaga ng tao ngayon.
Yes.
Yung tinatamasa nating kalayaan. Ano man buhay na meron tayo ngayon, marami nagbuhis ng buhay dyan sa nagdaang panahon. That was 122 years ago. A lot of people, nameless, nowhere to be found, dedicated their life for us to enjoy this type of liberty. Now we are in the same war, but it's kind of different. It's more deadly because you cannot see this.
Invisible.
This invisible enemy. So, I think this is high time, as a matter of gratitude, as a citizen, to show solidarity, cooperation, and compassion to one another. Yung pagmamahal sa kapwa at pagmamalasakit sa kapwa. Because our heroes, ang nangibabaw sa puso nila yung malasakit. Pagmamalasakit sa kanyang kapwa, sa paninikil na nakita ng ating mga bayani, na hindi kaya ipaglaban ng kanilang sarili, pinaglaban ng ilang tao na tinawag natin mga bayani. Kaya dapat talaga magbigay tayo ng kahit anong sitwasyon. We should continue to remember that people died kung ano man na meron tayo ngayon.
So kung ano man po yung nananalaytay sa dugo ng ating mga lolo't lola, faceless nga po yung iba ko hindi natin nakilala.
Hindi natin kilala. Especially in the war, during World War II. A lot of heroes are they are now in the nameless grave who fought for the independence of our country. This is worth remembering, and it has to be remembered. And yung mga kabataan nanonood, while we enjoy this free life, but we have to give value, and you should know where we belong. Yung tayo'y pagka hindi mo naalaman sa sarili mo yung yung pagkakabilang mo, sa kanino ka pa mapapabilang? Kaya Pilipino ang nananalantay sa bawat dugo natin. Saman tayong dako sa mundo. It has to continue to love our country. Pag hindi natin minahal ang bansang to, wala na may ibang magmamahal. Kaya we really have to take care and value what we have. And although this is challenging time, but still we can be the other kind of perspective. We can still be grateful na kung ano yung meron tayong nandiyan ngayon. Hirap man,
ang mahalaga po magtutulungan pa rin tayo bilang Pilipino.
Bayanihan.
Bilang isang bayan.
Bayanihan. Bayanihan.
Maraming salamat po, Mayor Isko Moreno.
Thank you sa inyo. Thank you sa
And
inyo.
Happy Independence Day po
Happy
sa inyo.
Independence Day sa
Ingat po
inyo
kayo.
lahat. Mag-iingat kayo. And may awa ang Diyos. May awa ang Diyos. Makakaraos din naman tayo.
Okay, at tayo po magpapasalamat na rin mula po dito sa ating kinaroroonan. So again, kayo guys, salamat po.
Thank you po, Mayor
At
Isko.
salamat din po sa pagtulungan ng The Manila Hotel.
The Manila Hotel.
Yes, at kami po ang inyong mga lingkod, Angelique Lazo.
Ako naman po si Aljo Bendio para sa Bayan.
At balikan na po natin si Dayan.
Maraming salamat sa inyo, Aljo Bendijo at Angelique Lazo. Samantala, puntahan naman natin si Mela Lesmora sa nasa Malolos, Bulacan. Kamusta ang naging kaganapan dyan, Mela?
Yes, Dayan, narito pa rin tayo sa Baraswain Church kung saan katatapos lamang ng programa para sa Araw ng Kalayaan at pinaunlakan tayo mismo ni Bulacan Governor Daniel Fernando para nga ikwento sa atin ang kaganapan dito. Magandang umaga po, Governor. And opo, bakit po tayo, Governor, talagang ipinursige natin na matuloy ang selebrasyon ng Araw ng Kalayaan kahit nga sa may banta ng COVID-19 at talagang umuulan pa kanina?
Well, unang-una po sa lahat, napakahalaga ng kalayaang ipinaglaban ng ating mga ninuno way back 1899. Ano po? Sapagkat dito sa lugar na to, itong Baraswain, itong simbahan na ito, dito po, unang-unang isinilang ang Republika ng Pilipinas. 3 republika po ang naganap dito sa ating lalawigan. Ang Republika ng Dikakorong, din po sa Pandi, ang Republika ng Biak na Bato, at higit sa lahat, ang pagsilang ng unang Republika ng Pilipinas dito mismo sa lugar na to. Kaya po napakahalaga. Kaya dapat po nating pahalagahan ang pinaglaban ng ating mga ninuno. Buhay, dugo ang pinaglaban nila dito, na ngayon po ay kinakamta natin. Although, meron po tayong pandemic ngayon na dapat maging malaya tayo sa sakit na ito. Sabay-sabay natin itong labanan kasabay ng paglaya na ipinaglaban ng ating mga ninuno. At naniniwala po ako na ito po'y ating malalagpasan. At walang problemang hindi natin nalagpasan. Of course, sa pangunguna ng ating mahal na Pangulong Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Yun po, napakahalaga po ng araw na ito. Kaya dapat hindi po natin ito makaligtaan kahit kailan. Umulan mat umaraw, tuloy. Ano po, walang makapipigil sa pagtaas ng bandila ng bandirang Pilipinas upang ating i-celebrate ang 122 kalayaan na ating pong kinakamit sa ngayon, Mela.
Opo. And Gov, panghuli na lamang kasi ang pinakamalaking issue ngayon na talagang sumasakop sa atin ay itong COVID-19 na nabanggit nyo. Ang Bulacan po ba, malayo na sa COVID-19?
Yes. At yun po ang aming death rate, still 31, hindi po nagbabago. Simula po noon. Kaya dama po namin na talagang kami ang nakakalaban sa COVID. And actually, lahat po ay ngayon meron po kaming tinatag na nagpatayo po kami ng molecular laboratory na bubuksan po by July, hopefully. Meron na po ang Bulacan na sariling molecular laboratory, hindi na po kami magdadala kahit saan. Sapagkat napakahalaga po ito para sa isang lugar. Ano po, para labanan ang COVID-19. Ang amin pong mga medical frontliners, nagpapasalamat po tayo sapagkat tuloy-tuloy sila pagtatrabaho, Mela. Ano?
Opo.
Pagod na pagod sila, kaya dapat sila ang bigyan ng kahalagahan. Nagpapasalamat po tayo. Sila po ang dapat tingnan natin at kalingain at sila po ang mga buhay na bayani sa panahon ito ng kalayaan.
Opo, naku, maraming salamat po sa pagkakataon. Yan po si Bulacan Governor Daniel Fernando. Balik sa inyo dyan, Dayan. Maraming salamat.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Mela Les Moras. Samantala mula naman sa pinaglabanan shrine sa San Juan City, balikan po natin si Sandra Samala. Sandra?
Kaya naging simple at hindi na nga mahaba yung naging programa dito sa lungsod ng San Juan dahil nga sa kinakaharap na pandemic ng bansa at makulimlim pa na panahon ngayong araw, naging prioridad yung safety protocols. Naging limitado yung mga dumalo, mga kawanilan ng lokal na pamahalaan at yung Chief of Police ng San Juan matapos na yung flag racing, yung pagsisindi ng tinatawag nilang eternal flame at yung reclaying ay natapos na yung programa. Ayon kay Mayor Francis Zamora, kahit na may pandemic na kinakaharap ang bansa ay hindi naman ito naging hadlang para makapagbigay-pugay pa rin sa mga bayani na lumaban noon para sa kalayaan laban sa mga Kastila. At syempre, yung mga frontliners na patuloy na lumalaban kontra COVID-19. Balik sa'yo, Dayan.
Maraming salamat, Sandra Samala. Live po yan sa San Juan. Samantala, balikan na po natin si Eunice Samonte mula sa Kawit, Cavite. Eunice?
Kaya naman, limitado na rin yung mga panahon pagkakalat. Dayan, ngayong taon, napakarami na talaga mga pagbabago dahil na rin sa banta ng COVID-19. Kaya naman limitado na rin yung mga panauhing pandangal at syempre, mas pinaikli na rin yung programa na wala na rin yung mga nakagawian na 21 gun salute, mga parada at yung himig kalayaan. Mararamdaman mo talaga yung pagiging Pilipino kasi lalo ngayon maraming pinagdadaanan ng bansa mula sa pagpasok ng taon at hanggang ngayon na unti-unti pa rin bumabangon ng bansa sa pandemyang ito. Ang mga Pilipino kayang-kayang lumaban lalo kapag naghaharap sa mga pagsubok, mapakalamidad, mananakop, sakit, kahirapan o kahit ano paman, basta't nagbabayanihan at nagkakaisaya ng diwa ng pagiging makabayan, hindi lamang yan nagtatapos sa pagmamahal sa bansa. At ngayon nga sa krisis na kinahaharap natin, naway manatiling matatag ang ating mga kababayan gaya ng hinarap ng ating mga bayani daang taon na ang nakakaraan tungo sa ating kalayaan. At yan ang unang pinakahuling balita mula pa rin dito sa Kawit, Cavite. Eunice Samonte para sa Bayan.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Eunice Samonte. Dumako naman po tayo sa Lapu-Lapu City kasama si John Aroa. Go ahead, John. Good morning.
Nandito po tayo ngayon sa Mactan Shrine ng Lapu-Lapu dito sa Cebu. At kasama ko po ngayon ang Vice Mayor ng Lapu-Lapu City na si Vice Mayor Silodonio Sitoy. Vice, magandang umaga po sa inyo.
Good morning.
Ano pong historical relevance ng Lapu-Lapu, the Battle of Mactan, Vice Mayor, sa Independence Day?
During this time, inaalaala namin ang Battle of Mactan dahil sa aming isip, si Lapu-Lapu, Dato Lapu-Lapu ang kauna-unahang taga Lapu-Lapu na nagbigay sa amin ng independence. So it is only proper that we should remember Dato Lapu-Lapu because besides as being a hero, a local hero in this part of the world, we also venerate his exploits, his efforts.
Vice, ngayong araw pinagdiriwang natin yung Independence Day. Para sa inyo, bakit mahalaga ang Independence Day?
Mahalaga para sa akin o para sa amin, taga Lapu-Lapu. Dahil at this point in time, we can say to the whole world that we are living free. Our freedom is, although some are not very, hindi sila gustong sabihin na we already get the full freedom. Para sa akin, ang aming kalayaan dito, aming sinusunod. At especially at this point in time na mayroon tayong COVID-19 na ating kaaway ngayon, and we need freedom so that we can be united to gain victory.
Sa huling tanong lang po, Vice Mayor, ano po mensahe natin na gusto nating ipaabot sa mga tao ngayong araw ng Independence?
Ang aking mensahe, yun lang, ang ating kalayaan hindi natin gamitin sobra o kulang. Kailangan natin ang kalayaan so that we can be united to fight the unknown enemy like the coronavirus and the other enemies around us. We have to establish our freedom within ourselves in our own way.
Maraming salamat po, Vice Mayor, sa inyong oras. At yan po si Vice Mayor Celedonio Sitoy, ang Vice Mayor ng lungsod ng Lapu-Lapu. So ayan muna ang latest mula dito sa Mactan Shrine ng Lapu-Lapu City. John Arua para sa Kalayaan 2020.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, John Aroa. At ngayon naman mula sa lungsod ng Davao, balikan po natin si Jay Lagang. Jay?
Yes, Dayan, kakatapos nga lang ng maikling seremonya na isinagawa dito sa lungsod ng Davao bilang pakikiisa sa selebrasyon ng ika-122 taon ng Araw ng Kalayaan. Nagsimula nga ito, Dayan, sa ginanap na flag raising ceremony dito sa harap ng Davao City Hall, kung saan ay pinangunahan ito mismo ni Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte at kasama ng matataas na opisyal ng Davao City Police Office at ng Task Force Davao. At matapos ng flag raising ceremony ay agad silang nagtungo sa Rizal Park para sa ginanap din na wreath laying. At sa kanyang mensahe kanina, Dayan, ay umaasa nga si Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte na magsisilbing gabay itong selebrasyon ng Independence Day upang mas maging matatag ang mga tao sa kinakaharap ngayon na health crisis dahil nga sa nagpapatuloy na banta ng COVID-19. Kinumpirma rin sa atin kanina, Dayan, ni Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte na nandito ngayon sa lungsod ng Davao si Presidente Rodrigo Duterte, pero hindi na ito nakadalo pa sa ginanap na selebrasyon ng ika-122 taon ng Independence Day dito sa Davao City. At muna ang huling mga kaganapan mula dito sa Davao City. Jay Lagang para sa Kalayaan 2020.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Jay Lagang, nag-uulat mula sa Davao. At mula naman sa kinaroroonan ng bantayog ni Bonifacio sa Caloocan, balikan po natin si Naomi Tiburcio. Naomi?
Dayan, sa puntong ito ay nagwakas na yung taimtim at maiksing selebrasyon ng Araw ng Kalayaan dito sa Monumento Caloocan. At kanina nga nasilayan natin si Mayor Oscar Malipitan at sina Congressman Along Malapitan. Tulad nga ng kanilang sinabi ay mahalagang ma-celebrate pa rin ang Araw ng Kalayaan sa kabila ng pandemyang ito. Mula rito sa Caloocan, Naomi Tiburcio para sa Kalayaan 2020.
Maraming salamat sa iyo, Naomi Tiburcio, nag-uulat mula sa Caloocan. Sa punto pong ito ay nais rin po naming pasalamatan ang ating pong mga nakasama ngayong umaga, ang ating mga anchor at correspondents mula sa PTV Manila, PTV Davao, PTV Cebu, Sina Aljo Bendijo at Angelic Lazo mula sa Rizal Park, Eunice Samonte sa Kawit, Cavite, Mela Lesmora sa Malolos, Bulacan, Karen Villanda sa Angeles, Pampanga, John Aroa mula sa Lapu-Lapu City, Sandra Samala sa lungsod ng San Juan, Naomi Tiburcio sa Bonifacio Monument, Jay Lagang sa lungsod ng Davao. Maraming salamat din po sa National Historical Commission of the Philippines, sa Philippine Sign Language Interpreters at sa The Manila Hotel. Maraming salamat po. Bayan, sa krisis na ating nararanasan ngayon, hangad po namin ay patuloy na pagkakaisa ng publiko, ng gobyerno at ng pribadong sektor. Sa pamamagitan nito ay hindi masasayang ang sakripisyo ng mga frontliners at ng ating mga bagong bayani na pumanaw po dahil sa COVID-19 pandemic. Ako po si Dayan Kirer at ito ang Kalayaan 2020.
Ang susunod na programa ay rated PG. Ito
Born in the quiet town of Sapangdalaga, Misamis Occidental, on November 20, 1958, is Agapito Suan Jr., the youngest son of Mr. Agapito Duhay Lungsod Suan Sr. and Mrs. Nieves Pilayre Suan. Agapito Suan Jr., Jun or Loloy, had a very challenging childhood at the very least. Even at a young age, he showed that he was way ahead of the curve by excelling as a student, all while selling fruits and peanuts so to fund his studies. His early life was mired with hardship and poverty.
I find you in the mystery
Kana si Luloy, buutan na siyang pagkabata. Siya nag-eskwela dito sa Usamis. Uli na niya diri. Magdadayan kina sa mga masayang nakuha na mo. Na ihatag niya na mo. Kuha na siya kanin ay maningkamot siya nga makakuha siya kay working group siya.
Si Luloy, naa siya'y ambisyon nga gusto siyang makahuman og eskwela, magmalampuson sa iya ang ipangandoy sa kinabuhi nga mo asenso. Dali po siya makakita og amigo tungod sa iyang kamaayuhon. Naka-amigo siya sa mga negosyante gani sa Usamis. Then gisaligan siya nga mag-buy and sell anang mga t-shirt. Then diya siya po makakwarta para po i-support sa amo ang allowance ba sa eskwelahan.
Usa ko sa iyang mga pag-umangkon nga natabangan gyud despite sa mga kanang mga sayop or failure before. Failure gyud kay at the age of 14 I got pregnant and then I thought dili na maka-eskwela kay murag apiki na jud kay murag nawala ng trust sa ako ang mga sisters. So nangita ko way or nangita akong mama nga kanang lain nga makasupport. So amo jud nga si daddy nga mo help na ako kay gusto gyud ko mag-eskwela bisan pa man og nasayo ko or naburos si daddy nitabang sa paggastos sa akong pag-eskwela and nakahuman ko.
Working hard has always been the theme of his life. Since he did not have sufficient resources to fund his education, Jun worked as a janitor at his school, the Immaculate Conception College, which is now La Salle University Ozamis. As if it wasn't enough, Jun had also to toil as houseboy so that he could have his daily meal and a bed to sleep on.
Si Jun sa time nga siya nag-eskwela, ako yung nakita nga seryoso siya sa iyang dream to finish the course and to graduate with colors. Nagid siya determinasyon nga mohuman para makatabang siya sa iyang mga ginikanan dito sa iyang lugar o sa uban po niyang mga dream sa iyang kinabuhi.
In spite of the exhausting and demanding work, he was among the top students of his class. He got his degree in commerce at the age of 18. Finishing college with flying colors could be the peak of someone's life. After he graduated, Jun wasted no time and got himself a job at the now-defunct Hotel Mindanao as internal auditor. He then moved to the banking world and spent the next 9 years working for Solid Bank and the Philippine Bank of Communications. His stint at PBCom turned out to be another pleasant surprise. There, he met the love of his life, Clarissa Girly Golberto. Not long after, they tied the knot and would later on raise 4 successful offsprings.
Jun and I met in a bank where we both worked. I think he saw a tall and attractive lady, and I saw a good-looking guy, nice, humble, soft-spoken. So, nature just took its course, and from 2 people, we became a family of 6. He is the kind of dad who spoils his children. And he is very patient with them. He loves to give expensive gifts to his children. He is lavish in his giving. While I am the disciplinarian. They go to Jun for gifts and they come to me for advice. As a husband, Jun is low maintenance. He lets me do as I please, like he gives me space to pursue my dreams, my ambitions, my goals, and there are many of them.
With a growing family, Jun decided to enter the world of business. There he experienced the most fruitful years of his life. Even up to this day, he is still reaping the benefits. Jun rose to unprecedented heights. As a businessman, a far cry from his humble beginnings selling fruits and peanuts during his childhood. One of the things Jun owed his success to was education. And that is why he has consistently supported the working scholars. Even when he had nothing, Jun has always had a generous heart. His success only made that heart grow bigger as he constantly given back to his former school, the church, and so many more.
Jun is very much known to other colleagues of his who were also work scholars. And since the time that he has done well in business, he has been giving back to the college. In fact, he has put in an endowment fund of $1.5 million for work scholars, mainly for the meals of men work scholars, because he knew what it was like in his time when they probably had very little to eat, for their own sustenance or nutrition. But every year also Jun would sponsor a Christmas dinner for them. More and more his family, not only him, has been closer and closer to LaSalle because the family knows where Jun really came from, and that part of Jun's history and his success was really rooted in his being with ICC and now with LaSalle University.
Throughout his life, Jun has proudly and successfully worn so many hats. None more so proudly than being among his brethren, the Freemasons. He was raised as Master Mason in 1984, and that began his Masonic journey to the Grand Oriental Chair.
Worshipful Master, behold your brethren. Brethren, behold your worshipful Master.
I have known our incoming Grand Master, Agapito S1 Jr., for more than 3 decades. He joined Masonry more than 30 years ago, became the Worshipful Master of Makahalar Lodge number 184 in 1992 and was awarded as the Outstanding Worshipful Master by the Grand Lodge of the Philippines. And subsequently, in year 2001, appointed as District Deputy Grand Master and was awarded as the most outstanding District Deputy Grand Master by the Grand Lodge of the Philippines. Most Worshipful Jun life story is an example and the result of patience and hard work. A person with a very humble beginning. He is known for his dignity, generosity, and compassion, especially for the poor and the less.
meron lang. May social distancing. Test nila sa labas. Lagi ako titingin sa'yo para kung sakaling may problem ka. Dala mo na yung battery ko.
Dala ko.
May wire ka.
Meron.
Yung wire ko mas mahaba.
Meron ako.
Okay ka. Kung malaiksi yan.
Hindi, mahaba.
Okay ka.
Nasa?
Type mo lang.
Lara, okay? Good. Ito si Kuya Aaron. Kuya Aaron, yes. Pivoto, okay? Stream na tayo.
Live na po.
Okay.
Live na ngayon.
Muli, magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Welcome to our Grand Lodge of the Philippines Independence Day Celebration. This is our 122nd Independence commemoration in our country. As we all know, historically, the Freemasons of our country have contributed a lot in this independence that we are enjoying at this point in time. This should be a very historic celebration for two things. One, this is the first time that we are practicing social distancing. And second, this will be the biggest celebration in history of the Grand Lodge of the Philippines, because as of this morning, before I went down, there were already 575 brothers from around the jurisdiction, from Luzon to Mindanao, who have registered and are watching us this morning. And they will be also participating later to hear the message of the Grand Master and to hear the lecture about Freemasonry and Philippine independence. Before we start, allow me to acknowledge the guests who took time to be with us today. As few as we are, but this is a very significant number of people and very important people who have gathered here today. Allow me to acknowledge, of course, our incumbent Grand Master, Most Worshipful Agapito S. Suan Jr., sir. Good morning. With us also is past Grand Master, who happens to be the incumbent, newly installed Grand Supreme Ruler of the Order of the Secret Monitor of the Grand Conclave of Southeast Asia, Most Worthy Abelino Razon Jr., sir. Pwede pong pumalakpak. Parang medyo magising-gising naman kayo. Alam ko maagang gising ko. Hindi na kayo sanay nagigising na maaga. Okay, next. We have with us the representative of the Supreme Council of Sovereign Grand Inspectors General of the 33rd and last degree Ancient and Accepted Scottish Rites Freemasons of the Republic of the Philippines, Illustrious Benity. Sir, thank you. We also have with us the Grand York Rite of Freemasonry of the Philippines, Sir Knight Edgar D. Lim, Eminent Grand Commander, Grand Commandery of Knights Templar and Group. We also have with us Grand Court of the Philippines, Order of the Amaranth, Honor Lady Arlene Bakay, and SK Yeserbon Bakay. So, thank you. We also have with us the incumbent Illustrious Potentate of Mabuhay Shriners, Illustrious Eulalio Doc Ayong Lorenzo, and the Shriners. We also have with us the Grand Guardian Council of the Philippines, Jobs Daughters International, Nicole Lovero, with the Betel Guardian Sis Del Lovero. Thank you. Of course, this event will not be as significant if not for the support of the very dependable Grand Line officers who are always at the call and beacon of the Grand Lodge and will always find time to be here. We have with us the District Deputy Grand Masters, Very Worshipful Ian Valencia, Very Worshipful Frank Nunez, Very Worshipful Noloy Basing, mag-ibisi natin kung may construction. Very Worshipful Alan Quebral, Very Worshipful, maraming utos sa atin si GM. Very Worshipful Rainer Lorenzo, who is a very busy person. Nag-shift na rin po siya sa disinfecting ng mga facilities, hindi lang sa anal. Kaya pwede rin siya mag-usap ngayon. We also have with us the Junior Grand Steward, Very Worshipful Dado Meligrito. And also the very dependable Senior Grand Steward, Very Worshipful Lini Fernando. Tama na yung pilido. Okay. We also have in front of you, if you can see, ito pong dalawang matikas na mga ginoo. Very Worshipful Al Espina, our Grand Historian, and Very Worshipful Robert C., our Grand Tiger. We also have with us this morning, who went all the way from his place, akala ko niya online yung kanyang invocation ibibigay, Very Reverend Brother Joel Porlares, our Grand Chaplain. Umabot. So, we will now start with our flag raising program. Ganito yung mangyari para ma-sequence ko kayo. Flag raising, then panunumpa sa watawat, which will be given to us later, and then the grand lighting and the replay. Ang replay mo doon, sa kabila. Naka-distance na po yung mga bulaklak. Ipuposisyon ka lang po yung mga tao kung saan sila bulaklak. May mga hindi nakarating, kaya most likely magiging isa-isa per hit ang mangyayari. Para magawa natin mamaya. And then we would just like to request some brethren who can assist in the carrying of the wreath towards the statue of our heroes. And then after the wreath laying, dito sa loob, meron mong hinandang konting almusal si Grand Master para sa atin. At naka-social distancing din po, hindi pong galawin yung mga upuan. Baka may biglang maglitrato at makuha na po tayo, may report po tayo sa IEDF. At mabuti naman medyo may distansya. Makakapag-usap pa rin naman po kayo. Pero dinistansya po natin yan. And then, after breakfast, the Grand Master will proceed to his office where he will deliver his message to the Grand Lodge by webinar. So all other brethren will also hear it properly and be able to interact with him. After that, our very worshipful Senior Grand Lecturer, Lady Kala, will proceed with the lecture. And it will also be done here, but it will be simultaneously telecast to all registered brethren in our webinar. So most likely we will encourage you to register on Zoom and take part in all of these activities that we have. Leading our invocation and request up here now is Very Reverend Brother Joel Porlares. Our pallbearers will raise a flag will be Very Worshipful Robert Singh, our Grand Treasurer Tyler, and Very Worshipful Ali Espina, our Grand Historian. The panunumpa sa Watawa will be delivered by our newly appointed Editor-in-Chief, Worshipful Brother Harold Joseph Santiago. Sa istorya. And then we have our Grand Lodge hymn and then the replay. So, Very Reverend Sir. Ito na, Kuya Harold, para dire-diretso. Baka makalimutan ko kayo.
Tayo'y manalangin. Dakilang Diyos, Amang sumasalangit, kami ngayon ay nagkakatipon-tipon at itinatas namin ang pangalan ng aming bansa sa kanyang 100 taon at 22 na kanyang pagkakasilang bilang bayan naming minamahal. Dumadalangin kami na patnubayan mo ang aming mga pinuno. Sila ay maging masikhay sa pagtatalaga upang maging mapayapa ang buong kapaligiran. Nananalangin din kami para sa aming kapatiran na siyang naging dahilan ng maraming pagsusumikap, pagbuwis ng buhay upang maitatag ang bansang ito. Papagyabungin mo ito at manatili siyang tapat sa kanyang sinumpang tungkulin upang maging laganap ang pagkakapatiran. Gayon din o Panginoong Diyos, hinihiling namin ang iyong pamamatnubay, lalo tigit sa panahon na ito ng salot ng coronavirus. Bigyan mo ng sapat na lakas at kakayahan ang mga nasa frontliner upang kami ay pangalagaan sa panahon na ito. At kami rin naman ay sumunod sa mga atas na kanilang ipinagkakaloob para sa aming kapakanan. Kaya o Panginoong Diyos, dahil sa mga lahat ng ito, pagbigkisin mo kami, papagyabungin mo ang bawat isa sa amin, bigyang na sapat at lakas upang mapangibabawan ang lahat ng ito. At muli, sa aming pagpapasalamat sa iyo, sa aming pagdiriwang na ito, patuloy nawa ang kalayaan na ito, patuloy nawa ang karunungan at katarungan na pinapairal sa amin ng iyong itinalagang mga pinuno at sa pamamagitan ng iyong pagpapala, hari nawa sa sunod pang mga bukas, kami ay magpuri sa iyong banal na pangalan. Ito hinihiling namin sa pamamagitan ni Kristo na aming Panginoon. Amen.
Taas po natin ang ating kanang kamay at sumunod. Ako ay Pilipino, buong katapatang nanunumpa sa watawat ng Pilipinas at sa bansang kanyang sinasalisay. Na may takal, katarungan, at kalayaan na pinakikilos ng sambayanang mga Diyos, makatao, makakalikasan, at makabansa.
beneficial from business to kayo.
May we now please assemble at the back for the retreat to be administered by our Grandmaster, will be led by our Grandmaster, to be assisted by the heads of appended bodies who are represented here. Please practice social distancing. I will position everybody accordingly.
Tapos sigawan na daw para daw mas malawak yan.
Muli magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Ang sequence po natin, tatawagan po yung kung sino po yung national hero na naka-assign kayo. Tapos kayo po ay maglalakad, hawak yung wreath, papunta dun sa national hero na yon. Ipoposition po nyo yung wreath. Pagka-position po nyo yung wreath, ipipicture sa inyo yung cable ko at saka kukuha na kayo sa webinar natin. Tapos Tapos galing na po kayo sa pinagalingan ninyo. Unahan po natin ang pagpupugay, paglalagay ng bulaklak para sa ating bayani, Apolinario Mabini, pamumunahan ng Grand Court of the Philippines Order of the Amaranth.
Center na lang doon. Center na lang mga tao.
Susunod po, para kay Kat Andres Bonifacio, ang maglalatag po ng bulaklak ay ang Supreme Council of Sovereign Grand Inspectors General of the 33rd and last degree Age and Accepted Scottish Rites of Freemasonry of the Republic of the Philippines. Next is Marcelo H. Del Pilar at ihahatag po ang bulaklak ni Gregor Sipul Rainer Lorenzo ng Cavite. Susunod po ay para kay General Emilio F. Aguinaldo. Ang magdadaanan po ng bulaklak ay Grand York Rite of Freemasonry of the Philippines. Judge Daughter International Philippines. Judge Daughter, para may social distancing. Flower ba? President Manuel A. Quezon. Ang maglalatag po ng bulaklak ay ang Boys Riders Philippines. Susunod po ay para kay President Manuel A. Quezon. Ang maglalatag po ng bulaklak ay ang Grand Supreme Ruler ng Grand Council of Southeast Asia Order. Pagbinuho po, ay para sa ating pambansang bayani, ang maglalatag po ng pambansang bayani, Dr. Jose P. Rizal. Ang magbibigay po ng bulaklak ay ang ating kasalukuyang Grand Master Motors School Capito S1. Lahat po ng naglagay ng bulaklak, dyan na po kayo sa lugar niyo ngayon dahil pinukuhanan po kayo ng ating cable dome at ng Zoom webinar natin. Naka-live video rin po tayo ngayon sa Facebook para nakikita tayo ng ating mga kapatid na hindi makapunta ngayon dito at makasama tayo. Basta siguraduhin niyo lang po na meron kayong social distancing na ginagawa at hindi po tayo maturingan na nag-live.
Worshipful.
Pwede po kayo dun sa mga statue po na pinuntahan yan. Basta distansya po, isang statue at
Dito na lang dyan. Ay, yung ano, yung demolate. Mga
May pambrete ka, pwede pa okay? Bago sakto, pinagbigyan lang tayo ng langit. Okay? Okay? Lara, good? Okay, magandang po. Maraming salamat. Meron po kayo sa loob.
Di pa tayo? Palit ako ng internet. Balik tayo kay Bolto.
Dad, tuloy po kayo.
Welcome home, Dad.
Ay, nako. Patay na halaman. Malas to. Malas itong salamin nakaharap sa pinto. Lalabas ang swerte.
Dad, tara na po sa kwarto niyo sa taas.
Oro. Plata. Mata. Ayoko umakyat. Mamalasin tayo dyan. Mamalasin. Malas.
Sabi ko naman sa'yo, hindi na kaya ni Dad magagdan eh.
Dad, yung kwarto.
Mamalasin tayo dyan. Ayoko umakyat.
Chona, bakit ka nagwawalis? Lalabas ng swerte.
Dad, pabayaan mo na yan. Inumin mo muna to. Sige ka, magagalit si Mama sa'yo. At para tulungan kayong lumakas.
Oh, anak, ano nangyari? Oh, sige, ayusin natin yan. Kaya mo tumindig? Alalayan kita. Tulungan kita. Dandahan.
Sakit. Programa sa television, pero ang gagamitin nila ay cable. So, di ba, nabanggit mo ngayon na parang labag din sa batas yun kasi wala nang franchise yung cable. Bakit gano'n, di ba? Anong nangyari doon, Deputy Speaker, sa isong yan?
Maghintay tayo ng konting
Get a real-time bird's-eye view of your projects.
With ready, please check. Brethren, wala pa po tayong official broadcast. We will start like in a few minutes. So standby lang po. Lahat po ng mga attendees, naka-mute po yung audio nyo kaya huwag kayong magtaka. Pag may kailangan po kayong itanong, i-chat nyo lang or mag-raise hand kayo para sa makikita po yun.
Thank you.
Testing lang to. Pakisabi kay Kuya Albert. Test lang kamo to. Sabihin mo kay Kuya. Comment mo dun sa...
Hindi na ka niya kung magsalita.
Comment mo sa... Punta ka lang sa group.
Pakitingin doon sa kayo.
Yeah.
Hindi pala.
13,160. People rich. People rich. I-increase pa ito mamaya. Post tayo eh. Stand by. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. Testing.
Wait, Eddie. Test nga ulit.
Hello, testing.
I think we can hear you now, Kuya Teddy.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, I think you're good.
Okay. Okay.
Question ko lang dun sa...
Testing. 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 Sasara daw to, maybe, dala ko lang.
Okay, magandang umaga po muli mga kapatid. Welcome to our first historic webinar in the most worshipful Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Masons of the Philippines. This attempt is historic in a sense because it's the first time that we'll be doing this. And this is the biggest celebration so far that we have. We already have 600 brethren who have signified to join us. So don't worry if you don't see yourselves in the screen, but we know who you are. We see you. Also, we know that you're there. We can see you as panelists and as hosts. So to start off with our Independence Day webinar, we will start off now with the message of our Most Worshipful Grandmaster, Most Worshipful Agapito S. Suan Jr., sir.
My dear brethren, good morning. Today, we celebrate the 122nd Independence Day anniversary of our beloved country. I believe that since the recognition of June 12, 1898 as our true date of independence, we Masons have always been present in good numbers in various Independence Day ceremonies throughout the country, proudly clad in our Masonic attire to celebrate this day, which we also consider as a true Masonic event. However, due to the current restrictions on mass gathering, we are unable to assemble and salute the glorious accomplishments of our Mason heroes who have played vital roles in our quest for independence as a nation. They deserve our accolade and admiration. They deserve nothing less than the recognition of the entire nation. Truly, you cannot talk of Philippine independence without tracing the significant contributions and pervasive influences of Masons. The Cavite Mutiny on January 20, 1872, which involved several Masons, was a mini revolt against Spanish authority. This was considered the beginning of Filipino nationalism. That event fueled the propaganda movement for major social and political reforms directed by Filipino Masons in Spain under the leadership of Jose Rizal, Marcelo del Pilar, and Graciano Lopez Haina, and other prominent Masons. They openly advocated, among others, for equality of rights and opportunities for the Filipinos, for freedom of speech and association, and for the removal of the dominance of the Spanish clergy. Again, we cannot talk of independence without citing the personal crusades of Masons of that period. Brother Jose Rizal wrote the novel Noli Me Tangere and exposed the abuses and avarice of the friars in the Philippines. Together with other Masons, he organized the La Liga Filipina to actively work for political and social reforms through peaceful means. When the call for reforms were repeatedly rejected, the Katipunan was organized by brothers Andres Bonifacio and other Mason leaders of that time to push the overthrow of the Spanish regime. Evidently, the Katipunan was patterned after Masonry. Thus, Spanish authorities suspected that Freemasonry was actively involved in the revolution. Masons were harassed and oppressed, such that lodges could no longer meet regularly. This repression drove more Masons to eventually join the Katipunan. As a result, many Masons were persecuted before and during the revolution. Some were imprisoned, some were exiled, many died in the battlefields. By all accounts, it was only when Filipino Masons actively flourished in the Philippines in the late 19th century that the Filipinos began to agitate for nationwide reforms and to demand basic rights which were denied them for centuries of Spanish regime. Definitely, it took the initiatives of Masons to spell the end of 300 years of Spanish rule. This culminated in the Declaration of Independence of our country on June 12, 1898, by Brother Emilio Aguinaldo, which we fittingly observe today. And on this point, Brother Aguinaldo later declared, and I quote, "The successful revolution of 1896 was Masonically inspired, Masonically led, and Masonically executed. And I venture to say that the first Philippine Republic, of which I was its humble president, was an achievement we owe largely to Masonry and the Masons." As an institution, Freemasonry was not directly involved in the revolution. But perhaps Freemasonry can be blamed for imbuing its members with a thirst for justice, a constant demand for equality among men, a desire for liberty, a persistent craving to be freed from bias and bigotry, a never-ending quest for truth, and boundless love of country. These are some of our Masonic ideals, and perhaps they serve as the very compelling influences which drove our Mason heroes to act individually and independently to further the cause of the revolution. And so, my dear brethren, be proud of your membership in the fraternity, for no other human institution has a greater influence on the formation of a free and enlightened Philippine society. We can say that our greatest contribution is nothing more than the ideals of democracy, and our lasting gift is nothing less than the very free air that we breathe today. Celebrate our Independence Day with much passion and dignity, because by it, we likewise honor the great sacrifices of our Masonic forebears. They have brought about the greatest accomplishment of Masons in this part of the world, our liberation as a nation and the enjoyment of freedom for all Filipinos. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat, brethren, and happy Independence Day.
Thank you very much, Most Worshipful Grandmaster Agapito S. Suan Jr., sir. Your message will really be reverberated to all brethren around the jurisdiction, because this is not only being telecast now on Zoom, but it is also being live feed to 13,000 brethren who are watching this humble commemoration that we're doing for our Philippine independence. Thank you very much, sir. We will now proceed with the lecture of our senior grand lecturer about Freemasonry and Filipino nationalism by Very Worshipful Teddy S. Calao.
Good morning, brethren. I hope you can hear me clearly today. If you're wondering why Most Worshipful June, Very Worshipful Dennis, and I all have no masks on, it's because we are in separate rooms. I'd like to highlight that my lecture today will be on Freemasonry and Philippine nationalism, and I hope that while we go through it, you judge for yourself if what I am about to argue is credible or not. I leave that to you. Okay, so my lecture today will involve first a review of where we have come from as a Grand Lodge here in the Philippine jurisdiction, then our institutionalization in society, how we became a national institution, and then how we matured as a fraternity and as a society so that we can reassess what we've done for the past 122 years. In that sense, I will go through what it means to be a Filipino Freemason. And I'm going to end with our webinar series to give you a taste of what we have in the months ahead. Before I begin, I want to highlight something that we should all understand before we talk about Philippine Freemasonry. And that starts with the question, which is, why do so many historians, both Filipino and international, get it wrong when they research about history? It's because very often there is a lack of context in their studies. What you see here essentially is the whole universe of being a Freemason. And most non-Masonic historians, they're in that red circle we call institutional Freemasonry. In this regard, I'd like to extend our warmest welcomes to my fellow trustees in the Philippine Historical Association who are also watching with us today. Many historians who are not Freemasons do not live the experience. And in history, if you are a credible historian, you can only use arguments that are based on credible sources. So for non-Masonic historians, they are left often only with documentary evidence to base their arguments and narratives on. What does that mean? In the 1980s, one of our most famous historians, Father Sixto de la Costa, he had a book called Hidden Perspectives of the Philippine Revolution. And in that book, there was a historian, a female historian, of course, non-Mason, who was able to research on Masonry in the government archives of Spain. Because her only sources were those documents, she arrived at the conclusion that after 1920, Freemasonry in the Philippines died. Well, we all know that's not the case. Can we blame the historian for arriving at that conclusion? Yes and no. No, because as you will see in the story of Philippine Freemasonry later, the records that are contained in Spain are only up to the 1920s at most, because from 1917, we no longer were a part of that jurisdiction, the Spanish Masonic jurisdiction. So in that sense, that historian had to stop because her documentary sources dried out. Where she's wrong is she made the leap in thinking that just because there are no more sources, that means that Freemasonry no longer exists in the Philippines. So that's the limitation if you're stuck in that red circle. Freemasonry is more than the institution. It's also living out the experience together. Essentially, in a nutshell, Freemasonry is a secular, ethical philosophy for making oneself better based on mentorship. And that philosophy is what we see in the yellow circle. That's important because as Freemasons, we don't get to villainize each other. We get to see each other as human. And that can have an impact on history. I am a descendant, brethren, ladies and gentlemen, from one who has been criminally convicted, a convicted felon. And that is Most Worshipful Teodoro M. Calao. He was convicted of libel in 1913. And here's the thing. He could have ended up serving prison time, but for the fact that somebody who was supposed to be his enemy pardoned him. And that someone was then Governor General William Burton Harrison, who despite the fact that they were on opposite sides, because the article that he was convicted on criticized the American government, and one of the then cabinet secretaries of the colonial administration, Governor General Harrison, still pardoned Most Worshipful Calao, and many of his fellow Americans wondered why. Because it cost Governor General Harrison his career. He no longer ended up serving in a higher post after being Governor General of the Philippines. Why did he do that? Because if you look at his background, despite being on opposite sides, Governor General Harrison was also a Freemason. And he understood the inherent unfairness of convicting then Editor Teodoro M. Calao and making him serve that criminal penalty. Needless to state, we've had many governor generals, like William Howard Taft, who was an American president and Supreme Court Chief Justice, like Theodore Roosevelt Jr. We've had many governor generals. But to this day, if you ask historians, the one street we should keep among all the streets we've named after governor generals is Harrison Boulevard, because he was essentially very pro-Filipino and because he was a Freemason. That came about because of his experience in living out Freemasonry, and that's what made him pardon, I think, Most Worshipful Calao. But that's not all there is to Freemasonry. There is a third circle, what you see here in the blue circle. And that essentially is what Freemasonry is all about. It's how you use its ethical principles to better yourself so that at the end of your life, it is not you who will say you are a Freemason. It is your fellow Freemasons. And that's important because many outside our fraternity criticize us without knowing how we live out the philosophy. When I was a Deputy District Grand Master under the term of Most Worshipful Sani Razon in 2010, we actually invited one of the descendants of a very prominent Grand Master to speak about his grandfather. And he came in. He wasn't able to come in at the last minute because he was a government official, but he sent his speech during our NCR district convention. He was our keynote speaker. And we were supposed to read out that speech. Needless to state, the speech contained many facts that you can call from Google about Freemasonry. But it didn't sound credible because those were just facts. It did not highlight his own personal experience because he was not a Freemason. Needless to state, we skipped reading out that speech. So that's why it's important to have this context. It's historians don't have to be Freemasons, but they don't have, just because they're not Freemasons, they don't have to stick to that red circle. They can rely on oral histories, and they can interview Freemasons to get the fuller context of what Freemasonry is about. And this has an impact of what I'm going to say, because my next slide will highlight something that many people will not, at face value, including Freemasons, will not take it as credible. And that tenet is, when I was young, in the York Rite, we have when you reach when you go through the York Rite, the knights, one of the highest order of those three, they have what you call a hat called a chapeau. And I found my grandfather's hat, Most Worshipful Teodoro Calao Jr.'s hat, when I was young, in our ancestral home in San Juan. And I was only 11 years old. I showed it to him. And we had a long discussion on this. Most of it went through my head. But one of the tenets that he highlighted to me is this saying, Freemasonry is being Filipino. It went over my head. And for many lay people who are not Freemasons, that is something difficult for them to understand because many of our history books do not contain the narrative of what Freemasonry is about and how we contributed to society. That's not hard to understand. But you would also may be surprised if, as regular Freemasons, we, as a Grand Lodge that is part of the regular Masonic world that started with the United Grand Lodge of England until now, as regular Freemasons, we should also question this statement. Why? Because if you look at the principles for recognition, in order to be a Grand Lodge that is part of the regular Masonic world, in order to be part of the regular Masonic world, you cannot discuss. You see that red statement in the slide? You cannot discuss religion or politics within the lodge. This is the reason why, for those of us who are Catholics or members of other Christian faiths who are questioned about whether there's a conflict or not between Freemasonry and our Christian religion, we obviously know that there's not. Because at the end of the day, we realize two things. One, it is a secular philosophy that does not offer salvation. And second, in order for the philosophy to be truly credible, there must be a belief in God. If when we talk about belief in God, does that mean that in a lodge we have several gods? No. When we talk about having a belief in God, we're highlighting that in a lodge, we understand that I'm a Catholic. I understand that the one next to me is Muslim. I understand that the one next to me is Protestant. I'm not in that lodge trying to convince them to be Christian or even Catholic, because in a lodge, that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. But I respect their faiths. That's what Masonic tolerance means. It's not that we hold that there are several gods. It's that we hold that eventually God will show, in my belief, the Catholic God will show that He indeed is a true God, but we're not going to argue it in the meantime while we're going to that phase. So, in the regular Masonic world, this shouldn't be credible because we cannot talk about politics and we cannot talk about religion if we are regular Freemasons. This leads to our first poll, brethren and ladies and gentlemen. Let's ask each other now. Can you please answer this? That obviously means that there were two systems of Freemasonry in the Philippines when this started and took root. What were those two systems? A, regular and clandestine. B, regular and continental. C, regular and irregular. That sounds logical, right? Because if there's regular, there must be irregular. Or D, continental and clandestine. Very worshipful Dennis will now provide us with the poll. Let's see what your answers are before we move forward. We'll give everyone 1 minute to answer. So the poll should be coming up on your screen now. Very worshipful Dennis, is the poll ready?
Okay, Teddy, wait. Inaano ko lang. Sige lang. I'll put it in your question to the I'll put your question to the poll. O answer na lang. Pwedeng answer na lang. What are the two systems?
Okay, Kuya Dennis?
Dala, Kuya Teddy. Ang nangyari kasi, dala. Ano yung answer number 1, Kuya Teddy?
Regular and clandestine.
Regular and clandestine. And then number 2?
Regular and continental.
Regular and number 3?
Regular and irregular.
4?
Continental and clandestine. Okay. So let's give about 30 seconds for everyone to answer.
Wala. Okay. Wala. At hindi wala.
Kung tinuturo natin sa Luzon ay may system. Continental tsaka regular.
This is the first of 3 polls we'll be having today. Okay. As everybody...
Sandali. Hindi ata nag-up. Yeah.
Okay. Hintay muna tayo, brethren. We'll have our very worshipful Chief of Staff put it up. Just to re-summarize.
Okay, sorry. Na-erase. Can we do that again, Kuya Teddy? Sorry.
What I can do, Kuya Dennis, is just put A, B, C, and D.
Okay.
And I'll redo it again. Okay? But just to re-summarize, brethren, we understand for lay people, this is going to be controversial because they don't hear that much about Freemasonry. That statement, Freemasonry is being Filipino. For us as regular Freemasons, it should also be controversial. Why? Because part of the 8 basic principles of being a regular Freemason, explicitly, principle number 7 is, you cannot discuss religion or politics in a lodge. That obviously means that in history, there was more than regular Freemasonry in the Philippines. So what does that mean? What was the second system? Clearly, it's no longer continental and clandestine. So it has to be A, B, or C, right? What would be that? What would be that other system? Can you just put A, B, C, and D? There you go.
We're getting good votes, Kuya Teddy.
Maybe 30 seconds or 45 seconds. Let's wait for everyone to finish. 33% have voted.
Ngayon, sumagot si Elden Tulan, regular and continental. Tama siya.
Okay, so 50% of everyone has voted. This is the first of 3. So don't worry if you don't get this one correct. A lot of brethren even get this wrong because we normally use a term that we think relates to the other system, but it's actually not. Okay, can we ask, can we have last 20 seconds for everyone so that we can move forward? I'll end the poll in 15 seconds. Okay, so here are the results. And for just the bare majority of you, I'll show you the results now. For just the bare majority of you, you got it right. It is regular and continental. Clearly, it's not continental and clandestine. And while logically we would say regular and irregular, when we say irregular, we generally mean everybody who's not regular Freemason. What we mean as clandestine, brethren, are actually fake Freemasons. But there are other systems of Freemasonry, and the Freemasonry that Philippine Freemasonry or Filipinos who came here, who introduced Freemasonry here, the system of Freemasonry that they brought here is what we call continental Freemasonry. Okay, so the correct answer is B. Why? Because of how we develop as a Masonic jurisdiction. Let me start from the very beginning. Who were the first Freemasons in the Philippines? Not Filipinos, not the Spanish, but the British. Unlike Rwanda and Mozambique, who have no link to the British Commonwealth, but who were still accepted as members of that association, we actually have a credible claim to be a member if we ever apply to the Commonwealth. And that is the fact that for 2 years, conceptually, we were a British colony. I say conceptually because the British never got outside of Manila when they invaded us in 1762. And during that time, the first Freemasons were traveling military lodges warranted by the United Grand Lodge of England and Scotland, two separate jurisdictions, who practiced here. Since they were traveling military lodges, of course, when the British left in 1764, the regular Freemasons left also. That leads me to the person you see in the middle of the top row of this slide. And his name is Jose Malcampo. He became a Governor General of the colony, but before that, in an earlier stint, he served as a lieutenant here of the colonial militia, together with his good friend, Castor Secundino Maria Mendez Nunez. And the two of them, together with fellow officers, were able to petition a continental Masonic jurisdiction, which is the Grand Oriente Lusitano of Portugal, to grant them a warrant to begin to charter a lodge here, which became the first lodge in the Philippines, Primera Luz Filipina, chartered in 1856 in Kawit, Cavite. What is a continental Masonic lodge? Well, if you recall, these 8 principles, that has nothing to do with continental Masonic lodges. Continental Freemasonry, brethren, also is an ethical philosophy, also is based on the ethical principles that we practice, but goes further. It goes further in the sense that it wants to be an active, it sees lodges as an active participant in reforming society. Therefore, in continental Masonic systems, religion and politics can, and as a matter of fact, is encouraged to be discussed in lodges. And because of that, there are some lodges who go a bit extreme in the continental system, in that if they are truly going to be multi-stakeholder, they have to include brethren who don't also believe in God. And that is one of the reasons why continental lodges cannot be part of the regular Masonic world because they do not have that second principle. Why? Because Freemasonry is more activist in approach. It's more reform-oriented. And that person, Jose Malcampo, he and his fellow cohorts brought continental Freemasonry here. The person in the middle of the bottom row, that is the first Filipino Freemason. His name, we have a lodge in his memory. His name is Jacobo Zobel. And he was initiated in Primera Luz Filipina. Needless to state, during his time here, Lieutenant Mendez Nunez died. So, Lieutenant Malcampo, when he eventually came back and became Governor General, made sure that one of the new towns or municipalities would be named after his fellow Masonic brother. And that is the municipality of Mendez Nunez in Cavite. It is the first municipality in the Philippines that is named, not the only one, but is the first one named after a Freemason. Finally, brethren, you're gonna ask, so where do the Filipinos come in? As we have more governor generals who are Freemasons and who had a liberal approach to governance, not just Malcampo, but Governor General Emilio Terrero, who was before Malcampo, they allowed Filipinos here in the islands to go to Spain and be educated. Because previously, Spain did not want to do that. So Filipinos went there. Among the Filipinos that went to Spain is that person you see at the bottom row, the two pictures, that the stamp and the picture to the on the right hand corner next to Jacobo Zobel. One of those Filipinos was Plaridel, who is Marcelo H. Del Pilar. Marcelo H. Del Pilar, who is the father of Filipino Freemasonry. And we highlight that because he and Jose Rizal and other Filipino who were educated in Spain ended up getting to join lodges. And they ended up bringing the principles of Freemasonry here. What did they bring here? Well, we have to start with their recruitment. They were recruited in Spanish lodges, continental Spanish lodges, because there was no regular Masonic lodge in Spain. And they eventually ended up forming their own lodge. That is the Solidaridad Lodge, which had two lives. First, under the Gran Oriente de España in 1886, and second, when that died out, under the Gran Oriente Español. Now you're going to ask, brethren, if you're a regular Freemason, how can that be? How can a lodge be under two grand lodges? Because like I said, the continental Masonic system, brethren, is different. In the regular Masonic jurisdiction, like us, we have what we call exclusive territorial jurisdiction, that concept. Continental Masonic lodges don't have that principle. There can be several grand lodges in the same country. And therefore, if you die out in one grand lodge, you can seek a warrant from another grand lodge if you're in that Masonic system. So, more Filipinos, when they entered these continental Masonic lodges and they got to talk about the liberal ideals of Freemasonry, they ended up imbibing those ideals. What are those ideals? Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, separation of church and state, and others that we will highlight later. Why is this not highlighted in our history books? Because like I said, historians must go with the sources that they have. If you're not a Mason, and you're a historian, you will go with documents. But like I said, so much of Freemasonry is not just the red circle. It's also the experience of Freemasonry, the ecosystem, how we live out Freemasonry together. And most importantly, it's the blue circle, how Freemasonry influences you. And that's the essence of this Masonic triangle. We call it a Masonic triangle because Freemasons like to think often in three pillars: brotherly love, relief, and truth; strategy, education, and propaganda, and the propaganda campaign. What non-Masonic historians characterize as the propaganda movement are the bottom two institutions you see on this slide. The Asociación Hispano-Filipino, that's a public association of those pushing for liberal reforms, and the fortnightly newspaper documentary source called La Solidaridad. That was the propaganda campaign. For many historians, because their sources are limited, that's all they can go on. We know as Masons from our oral histories and our own sources, which sometimes have not been made available to historians, but we can show, we know that that propaganda campaign is not the entirety of the propaganda movement. There was also the lodge, and the lodge where Freemasons got together, imbibed these liberal ideals, changed their lives. That lodge shared strategy with the public association as to how to move the propaganda movement forward. And that lodge used, the Freemasons in that lodge used the newspaper to educate those in Spain and in the then colony about liberal ideals. So that is what led to Filipinos eventually forming lodges. And if you go back, Marcelo del Pilar is the founder, considered the founder of Filipino Freemasonry. Our headquarters here, where I am, Plaridel Masonic Temple, is named after him. His pseudonym, Plaridel, it's named after him because he brought Freemasonry here. He was the one who initiated Pedro Serrano Lactao, who formed the first Filipino lodge here, Nilad Lodge. Nilad Lodge was actually formed in 1892. It's actually older than our Grand Lodge. It was formed by Pedro Serrano Lactao and fellow Filipino Freemasons on the guidance of Marcelo del Pilar. And Nilad Lodge is Nilad Lodge number 12 now in our rolls. Why number 12? We'll find out later. Okay? So, what did the Filipino Freemasons in that time, what did they learn from all of these, from being in continental Masonic lodges? Like I said, the liberal ideals of that continental Masonic system. Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, separation of church and state. These liberal ideals pushed them for reforms because, believe it or not, brethren, in those times, the state and the church, particularly in our colony, governance was united. And actually, the reason why the Pope then was so against Freemasons, because they campaigned against the union of church and state when it comes to public governance. So, they eventually, these Freemasons, they brought their ideals here. They organized lodges. Eventually, those lodges of Freemasons, they got together, they transformed. They used Masonic principles to transform themselves to form cells of the Katipunan. And as time went on, when they realized that their campaign for liberal reforms was not being shared by Spain, that's when the movement for liberal reforms became the Philippine Revolution. Now, are we saying Masonic lodges in a conspiratorial tone were the ones that drove the Philippine Revolution? We're not saying that. What we're saying is that these Masonic brethren from these Masonic lodges, influenced by our philosophy, were the ones who became the leaders of the Philippine nationalist movement. That's why, as you highlighted in Most Worshipful Jun's message earlier, you have this quote from Emilio Aguinaldo. The successful revolution of 1896 was Masonically inspired, Masonically led, and Masonically executed. He is stating a historical fact. The picture that you see at the top of that slide, brethren, with the exception of the army, the soldiers, everybody there is a Freemason except for Sergio Osmeña. Philippine lodges were not the ones that were leading the revolution. We're highlighting that Freemasonry influenced our nationalist leaders so that they became the ones that created our revolution. And the best memorial to this is our own Philippine flag. The triangle there, the white triangle, that is there to honor and memorialize the contribution of the craft to the birth of our nation. And our source for that is none other than Emilio Aguinaldo. Here's the thing, brethren. We had the revolution, we had independence, and then we had the Philippine-American War, which we lost to the Americans. And we lost it to the Americans because another Freemason, the one at the very edge of the picture, Apolinario Mabini, we lost it, if you read this autobiography, we lost it because of two reasons. One, we adopted guerrilla tactics too late. One. And second, because many Masons failed to live up to their ideals. I'm not arguing that. It's Mabini who's arguing that. Is that something that we should be ashamed about? No. Freemasonry is here to better men. And we will fail many times. The point is not that we fail. The point is that we get up and we continue going on. One of the most tragic occurrences, which is a historical fact, of the of the revolution, of course, as you know, is the execution of a fellow Freemason, that is Andres Bonifacio, on the orders of another Freemason. That is historical fact. But that does not detract from the fact that they are Freemasons, because we are human, we all have failings. What is important is that we keep moving forward and learn from our mistakes. Needless to state, we had the Philippine-American War, and then we became a U.S. colony. And this is where we all come in now as regular Freemasons. Because as you know, there are, if you read the poll, there are two major systems of Freemasonry in the world. In Europe, there's continental Freemasonry, but in the Anglo-American world, we have the regular Masonic world. Okay? And for regular Freemasons, which is the Masonic system of the United States, 51 Grand Lodges. At that time, there were, I think, 38, 40. As far as they're concerned, when the U.S. made us a colony, there was no Masonic entity in the Philippines. In short, in our Masonic jurisdiction, in the regular Masonic jurisdiction, we follow the principle of exclusive territorial jurisdiction. So when we moved from Spain to the U.S., as far as the Masonic world was concerned, the regular Masonic world was concerned, there was no the territory here, the Masonic territory here was open. Hence, you see all of these lodges coming in. From the Grand Lodge of Scotland, you saw two lodges being born here. One in Manila, Lodge Perlia del Oriente in 1907. That's Lodge 1034. And there was another one in Cebu, created in 1912, but which died out in the 1920s. And then, of course, you had the Grand Lodge of California. Originally, we had military lodges come here. The earliest military lodge was one brought in by the Regiment of Volunteers of North Dakota during the Philippine-American Wars, which left when that regiment left the Philippines. But regular Masonic lodges started coming into the Philippines when the Grand Lodge of California started chartering lodges here. The first one was Manila 342 in 1901, which is Manila, Mount Lebanon, number 1 now. Cavite 350 and Corregidor 386. Cavite 350 is Cavite Lodge number 2. Corregidor Lodge 386 is now number 3 in our rolls. But here's the thing. What you see on the left-hand topmost screen is the seal of the Grand Lodge of California. It's chartering now lodges. Directly below it is the Lodge of Manila, Mount Lebanon number 1, the first in our rolls. It was chartered in 1901 as Manila 342. So you have the Scots, okay, the Scottish. You have 2 lodges here, and you have those from California, regular Freemasons, with 3 lodges here. But what happened to the Filipinos? Because you see, brethren, as Filipinos, not Philippine Freemasons in the continental systems, unlike our Spanish counterparts, we never really left. And Nilad Lodge was still around because it was founded in 1891. And it becomes problematic at this point because, as you can see now in the US, race relations has always been a challenge for that society. Not just that society, but other societies in general. But particularly because we were a US colony, what made this context challenging is that in addition to Scottish Freemasons and California Freemasons, both of the regular Masonic world, we have Filipino Freemasons who were Masons in the continental Masonic system, but who could not join these lodges. Symptomatic of that is the bottom, what you see at the bottom row, the center, that is a club room in Manila. That's not a Masonic club room, it's a social club room. And you can't see the words in the middle, okay? But the words, and this is Manila, okay? It's a social club at that time. If you are able to read those words, the words of that, on the middle of that door says, "No dogs or Filipinos allowed." That's the kind of racism that was brought here because we were an American colony. So that became a major division between continental Freemasons and regular Freemasons, so much so that this forced the Filipinos to form their own regional Grand Lodge. And that regional Grand Lodge, NILAD, which contained NILAD and other Filipino lodges, that was formed in 1906. Its first Grand Master was Felipe Buencamino, and it was called the Gran Loya Regional de Filipinas, under the Grand Orient of Spain. And that lodge was formed because Filipinos could not fraternize with those who were members of the California lodges or the Scottish lodges. Thus, in those first 2 decades, there was a competition for recognition. And those in the American lodges recognized this. That's why, in 1912, Manila 342, Cavite 350, Corregidor 386, they petitioned the Grand Lodge of California to form a Grand Lodge here. That is what the first principle, regularity of origin, means. These 3 lodges, Manila 342, Corregidor 386, and Cavite 350 and Corridor 386. They became Manila 1, Cavite 2, Corridor 3. They became the first lodges of what we would call the Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Masons of the Philippines, formed in December 1912 by American brethren. Not one Filipino, by American brethren. That is why when we celebrated our centennial in 1912, brethren, you should note that at that time when we became a Grand Lodge, they were all American brethren. And the first Grand Lodge to recognize our Grand Lodge was the Grand Lodge of the District of Columbia in 1913. And subsequently, the United Grand Lodge of England, where everybody in the regular Masonic world follows, recognized us in 1915. When UGLE recognized us, that allowed other Grand Lodges to join. So here now, with the exception of the Filipinos at that time, that we became an exclusive Masonic territory with the exception of 2 lodges. What were those 2 lodges? The Perla del Oriente, 1034, and the Cebu Lodge that died out from the Scottish Masonic jurisdiction that died out in 1912, very early in 1912. At that time, there was a Prince Hall Grand Lodge, but no, not at that time, but in the 1960s, there was a Prince Hall Grand Lodge. Because we did not recognize them yet, they were able to get a charter. So when they were subsequently recognized, we allowed, as an exception to our principle of exclusive territory jurisdiction, that lodge to remain. But as of now, those are the only lodges that can form here in our Masonic jurisdiction, because in the regular Masonic world, we are now an exclusive Masonic jurisdiction. But here's the thing, brethren and ladies and gentlemen. What happened to the Filipino Freemasons? Well, they were stuck. They couldn't be part of this Grand Lodge, and that made them angry. That made them angry. From 1912 going into 1917, they were basically, both the Regional Grand Lodge and the Grand Lodge were basically writing, Masonic lodges in the continental and regular side, both sides, asking for support as we fought over who should be called Freemasons here in the Philippines. And that would have gone on, but for an interesting event that happened, and that is the fact that when Teodoro M. Calao, Most Worshipful Teodoro M. Calao, became Grand Master of the Grand Loya Regional de Filipinas, he became Grand Master of that with an experience of brotherly love coming in. What was that experience? He was pardoned by Governor General William Harrison. So when he became Grand Master, for the first time, of the Philippine Regional Grand Lodge, for the first time, we had a head of the fraternity on the Philippine side who was open to reconciling with the Americans. And this became a major push forward when the primary mentor of Filipino Freemasons in Spain, that is Most Worshipful Miguel Moraita, the champion of Filipino Freemasons in the Gran Oriente Español, died in January 24, 1917. When Most Worshipful Moraita died, the major link between Spanish Freemasons, take note, they were no longer in the colony, the major link between Spanish Freemasons and Filipino Freemasons was cut. So this led to the Filipino Freemasons negotiating with the American Freemasons, and that led to the communication in February 13, 1917, just two weeks after Most Worshipful Moraita died, that led to a special communication of the Grand Lodge of the Philippines, our Grand Lodge, where the 27 Masonic lodges that were Filipino went before the Grand Lodge of Americans and said, we are surrendering our charters. We are petitioning to be chartered here with you. So, the Filipinos lodges, they all surrendered their charters. And that is why they were brought in and chartered as lodges of the Grand Lodge of the Philippines. Starting with the oldest lodge, our most senior lodge, the one that gave birth to Filipino Freemasonry here, Nilad Lodge, which became Nilad Lodge number 12. Why number 12? Because there were American lodges already chartered, 1 to 11. So Nilad Lodge number 12 came in, and the other 27 by year of formation were chartered accordingly, ending up with Bulusan Lodge number 38 in Sorsogon City. What does that mean, brethren? It means, essentially, that the Filipinos surrendered to the Americans. We surrendered to them. And that is why we no longer have the Grand Logia Regional de Filipinas. That is why we have the Grand Lodge of Free and Accepted Masons today, our Grand Lodge. Question to you. We surrendered, Filipinos, we surrendered to the Americans. Does that mean we lost? No, we didn't. Here is where the universe of Freemasonry comes in. And this is not in the historical books. This is the influence of our philosophy. The American Freemasons, our American brethren who let us in, they knew when they were letting us in as lodge, when they were letting all of these Filipino lodges in, they knew that all of these Filipino lodges would come to control the Grand Lodge of the Philippines. 27 lodges to 11. They knew that when these Filipinos come in, okay, the Filipinos would come to control the Grand Lodge. And take note, like Governor General Harrison, that could pose problems for them. Remember this door? Remember this door? The one at the bottom, middle bottom row? No dogs or Filipinos allowed? They knew that they could end up being socially ostracized by belonging all of a sudden to a social institution that they did not control. And yet they let us in because in Freemasonry, you are focused on seeing the human side of your brother. It teaches us brotherly love is not just something we talk about. It's something you have to live out, no matter how difficult it is to live out. So they let us in. And here's the thing, brethren. Because it was a special communication, because they had new lodges in, the Americans readily surrendered to the fact that, okay, let's let the Filipinos take over. These negotiations were not easy. In order for this to happen, okay, Most Worshipful Teodoro M. Calao had to step down, okay, and let an election happen so that we can be unified. And here's the thing, brethren. A funny thing happened during the election. Very funny thing. All of the lodges started to vote. Okay. At that time, they were voting by lodge and masters. Each master would give the lodge, would cast the vote. The first 11 lodges, okay, so that the incumbent Grand Master at that time, William Taylor, so that he would not feel bad. The Grand Master at that time, the 11 lodges, they voted for him. Okay? They actually voted for him to show support for the difficult thing that he was doing. It was about to surrender the Grand Master's position, the Grand East, to a Filipino most likely it would be Most Worshipful Quezon, the one you see here on your right-hand portion, bottom row. He knew that, and so this was a giving away present for them. But like I said, the funny thing happened during election, and that is from Nilad Lodge all the way up to Bulusan, they ended up voting not for Quezon, but for William Taylor. So when the vote was finished, William Taylor looks at his deputy Grand Master by the name of John Wallace, who would become Most Worshipful Wallace, by the way, subsequently, eventually. And he says, Right Worshipful Sir, what am I going to do? I was voted unanimously to remain in office. Okay? Effectively, his second year in office, like 2 years, like this extended term. What am I going to do? Do I step down? And Right Worshipful Wallace then, subsequently Most Worshipful Wallace, John Wallace says to him there, okay, this is oral history, says him, Most Worshipful Sir, if it is the will of the brethren, I don't think you should refuse that. And that is why, brethren, if you go here to Plaridel Masonic Temple today and you go downstairs to Aguinaldo Hall, and you see all of the pictures of our grandmasters, you will see that unbroken tradition that became a gentleman's agreement of having an alternate grandmaster between a American brother and a Filipino brother. That became the norm from that time. Subsequently, after Most Worshipful Taylor, we had Most Worshipful Quezon and so forth. Let me show you the effect of that. Behind me, I'm at the Grand Lodge conference room now, is a miniature version of the portraits downstairs. We start with Most Worshipful Taylor. He's up here. He is, wow, up there. Can you see that, brethren? Okay. From his time, Most Worshipful Taylor, we had Most Worshipful Quezon and then Most Worshipful Wallace. From his time, you keep going one row. You keep going one row, second row. You keep going a third row. From that time, all up to the time of 1975, Most Worshipful Teodoro Calao Jr., you had, with the exception of World War II, an unbroken series of American and Filipino brethren sharing the Grand East. Unbroken. What happened during my grandfather's time? Naubos. There were no other American brethren worthy and well qualified to move up to the Grand East. That's why it stopped. That fusion of 1917 is unique in both regular and continental Masonic history. And despite many people today would say that at that time it was almost impossible to happen, it happened. And if we understand why, while non-Masonic historians find it difficult to imagine, we can easily imagine it happening because of brethren who live out their principles. Were there exceptions? Of course. We have the Perla del Oriente, which was formed in 1907. As you know, in an exclusive Masonic jurisdiction, lodges who refused to join because they were formed previous to the birth of that Grand Lodge in 1912, we have that exception. There's also one Prince Hall Grand Lodge here in Pampanga. They were chartered because at that time we did not recognize them. Okay? So there are exceptions to the fusion. Needless to state, in the 1920s, there were some brethren who sought to go back to Spain and restart continental Freemasonry here. That died out. That's why the article in Horacio de la Costa's book, Hidden Aspects of the Philippine Revolution and Filipino Freemasonry, that's why it ends in the 1920s, because those lodges eventually died out. And as we know, there are occasional schisms. But Will there be another Grand Lodge here in the Philippine Masonic jurisdiction? There won't be, because of that merger, because of that fusion, and because it gradually was publicized in our throughout the regular Masonic world, and we obtained a lot of goodwill because of that. Speaking of goodwill, that leads to our second poll. Our second poll, brethren, is, if you don't know, for those of you who are not Masons, General Douglas MacArthur is a Freemason. But what is he really? That's our second poll. Is General Douglas MacArthur A, an American general and Freemason? B, an American general and Philippine Freemason? C, both an American and Philippine general, as well as a Philippine Freemason? Wow, confusing. Or D, Allah, this is truly unique. Is he really a Filipino citizen by virtue of being a Filipino Freemason? Okay, so we'll have time for you to, very worshipful Dennis, can we have the poll? Okay, so maybe we'll have, give you everyone a minute as for everyone to vote.
They will only vote on question 1. Question 2 is there already.
Okay. Question 1, please. Can you just skip question 2? So, brethren, is he an American general and Freemason? A. An American general and Philippine Freemason? B. Both an American and Philippine general as well as a Philippine Freemason?
Kuya Teddy, sorry na integrate yung question 2. I will just relaunch the question. Sige lang, sagutin lang nila.
Okay, okay. So we'll redo the poll.
Ganyan lang yan, sige. We'll just do the second question again later. Para lang maano, kundi hindi sila papayagan na mag-register nga ng poll. They don't answer poll.
Okay. So wait. You can go ahead, answer the second question. We'll re-answer that again later. Okay?
But usually ganyan, merong interaction.
Just go ahead, answer the second question. But the first question we'll focus at, we'll give brethren 1 more minute. Okay. Lots of answers in. Maybe 45 more seconds before we end the poll. A lot of you have come in already. Please go ahead, answer the second question. We'll redo that question later. Right now, we're just going to focus on question 1. Last call. General Douglas MacArthur is A, an American general and Freemason. B, an American general and Philippine Freemason. C, an American and Philippine general and Philippine Freemason. Or a Filipino citizen by virtue of being a Philippine Freemason. Okay, last 15 seconds. I'll close the poll now. Okay, here are the results, brethren. First of all, brethren, for the ones who answered question 4, in light that we are the Philippine Independence Day today, I salute you. legally, I'm in my lawyer's hat now. You cannot be a Filipino citizen by virtue of being a Philippine Freemason, but I like the effort. Okay, so let's talk about what the correct answer is. The majority of you said he is an American general and Philippine Freemason. We know he's an American general, and we have to qualify what kind of Freemasonry he is, obviously. So it cannot be A. And the majority of you, or just like last time, just a few short of majority said American general and Philippine Freemason. Let me highlight, brethren, that for purposes of historical accuracy, the correct answer is C. He is an American general, but in the 1930s, he was brought here by Manuel Quezon, and he was appointed as our first and only, historically, Field Marshal of the then Commonwealth Forces, which became the United States Armed Forces in the Philippines. And so technically, he is an American and Philippine general, as well as a Philippine Freemason. Okay? So actually, the correct answer is number 3, but I think you're going to ask, okay, why is he a Philippine Freemason and not an American Freemason? The purpose of the poll is to highlight the goodwill, brethren and ladies and gentlemen, of what the fusion of 1917 brought us. Effectively, in East Asia, because of the progress we made in merging two separate Masonic communities in the Philippines, we came to be the Grand Lodge of choice when forming regular Masonic lodges in this region. Subsequently, many Chinese and American Masons, they obtained charters in Shanghai and other cities of China from the Grand Lodge of the Philippines to form GLP lodges there. That made China that made China a part of the territory of the Grand Lodge of the Philippines. Okay, I'm not joking. So eventually, of course, these regular lodges, when the Communist Revolution came in the 1950s, they had to move to Taiwan. But for a time, the entirety of China was part of the jurisdiction of the Grand Lodge of the Philippines. Subsequently, like the Grand Lodge of California, those lodges eventually asked to form their own Grand Lodges, and therefore, the Grand Lodge of China was formed in 1949. Similarly, when Japan was occupied by U.S. forces after World War II, brethren there from the American forces, they started forming regular Masonic lodges, and lo and behold, where would they get charters from? They chartered us. They obtained charters from the Grand Lodge of the Philippines. Eventually, many of these lodges, with the exception of 3, became with our permission, the Grand Lodge of China in 1957. Some of those lodges, like the Perla del Oriente here in the Philippines, they chose to remain. That's why we still have lodges today in Japan and Okinawa. We have 2 Japanese lodges remaining because they were formed before the Grand Lodge of Japan. We continue to have lodges there. Similarly, we have a lodge in South Korea. We have a lodge in the Marianas Islands. We have 3 lodges in Guam. And we have a lodge in Vietnam. We've chartered Vietnam in the regular Masonic world is part of the Masonic jurisdiction of the Philippines. It still is. Our lodge there, Saigon Lodge, number, let me find the number here. Saigon Lodge was chartered and moved here during the in 1975. They were given a temporary dispensation to meet here by Most Worshipful Teodoro Calao Jr. The charter of their lodge still states that they should meet in Ho Chi Minh City. Okay, so although we recognize that they are here today, that lodge is chartered for Vietnam. What this highlights, brethren, is that in the Masonic world, the fusion of 1917 brought us a tremendous amount of goodwill. That is why General MacArthur, when late in life he felt he wanted to be a Freemason, knocked on our doors. He became only the second, and so far, only two, the second Freemason to be made a Mason on site in 1936 when he was here by Most Worshipful Samuel Hawthorne. Okay. There was also talk that his chief of staff, Dwight Eisenhower, wanted to join, but for some reason he backed out. He was made a Mason on site by Most Worshipful Samuel Hawthorne, only the second one after then Deputy Governor General Eugene Allen Gilmore. And what being a Mason on site means is that the Grand Master makes you a Mason and you subsequently receive the degrees or witness them as he did, General MacArthur did, when he was attached to Manila Mount Lebanon number 1. So that is why he may be an American and Philippine general, he may be a US citizen, but he is a Philippine Freemason. And that is why, brethren and ladies and gentlemen, if you read our Masonic Constitution, that's our actual territory now. You see the top hand portion. The grand jurisdiction is not just the Philippines. It's also South Korea, the Marianas Islands, the Marshall Islands, where we technically don't have a lodge yet. Okay, the Okinawa, South Vietnam, and all its existing lodges in Japan. That's why we have a different territorial jurisdiction from the territorial jurisdiction of the Republic. It's because of our goodwill in chartering lodges abroad. They went to us. And this not just relates to brethren chartering lodges abroad. This goodwill that we have emanates also in brethren in foreign jurisdictions. Filipino brethren, not Philippine Freemasons, but Filipino brethren who want to set up Masonic lodges. Since 1984, there has been growing trend in Masonic jurisdictions to form Masonic lodges in those jurisdictions composed primarily of Philippine brethren who are proud of their Masonic, of their Philippine identity. New York in 1984, Manitoba 2009, where we have a Filipino we had a Filipino Grand Master, Most Worshipful Uson. New South Wales in 2010, the District of Columbia, where I'm very proud to be a charter member, my NILAD number 1521 in 2011, and during the term of Most Worshipful Suan, Plaridel Lodge number 1893. Why 1893? That was the formation of NILAD Lodge here just last year in September. What makes Plaridel Lodge unique, and that's why it's in red, brethren, is that for the first time, as a result of our Memorandum of Understanding with the Grand Lodge of Victoria, which was first entered into by Most Worshipful Gasmin, and which we are working today under Most Worshipful Jun Suan. As a result of that memorandum, we are allowing for the first time our ritual to be worked by that lodge in a foreign Masonic jurisdiction. It is also the first time that an official ritual is being worked by a regular Masonic lodge in Australia. There have been other rituals worked, but they are non-exclusive, like Scotland. But this is the first time where Victoria has had to seek our permission, because the ritual is exclusive to us, for that ritual to be worked there. And we're going to put it in practice by making sure that we have lecturers go over there to teach their own Grand Inspectors the ritual so that it can be done by brethren there. So that highlights the high regard, the very high regard that Masons across the world have of the Grand Lodge of the Philippines from the 1917 up to today. Historically, because of the fusion that eventually made African American lodges in the Prince Hall tradition eventually accepted. Okay, what does that mean? In the United States, brethren, as you know, African Americans could not historically join regular Masonic lodges because of that racial issues that that country had. In the late 1700s, an African American by the name of Prince Hall was duly initiated, passed and raised as a Freemason under the Grand Lodge of the United Grand Lodge of England. And when he went as a freeman, he went to the US and he was able to get a charter under the United Grand Lodge of England to form a Masonic lodge there. However, because he was a Negro, he could only get Negroes to join. So eventually, he set up his own Grand Lodge, which the United Grand Lodge has expressly recognized is regular in origin. That's why eventually the United Grand Lodge recognized his Grand Lodge in Massachusetts. Other Prince Hall Grand Lodges formed, and over the years, you had this issue there. You have a Grand Lodge in a state like Massachusetts, you had the Prince Hall Grand Lodge. But like us here, Filipinos, Americans, there, African Americans and white Americans, they couldn't recognize each other. But because of the fusion of 1917, gradually, beginning in the 1960s, there was a thawing of relations. So that in the 1970s and 1980s, you get to see now more and more Grand Lodges, despite the principle of exclusive territorial jurisdiction, recognizing their Prince Hall counterparts. Right now, there are still 4 U.S. Grand Lodges who don't do so. Eventually, that's going to pass. And where did that start? That started out not in the United States, that started here in the Philippines with the fusion of 1917. So, brethren, recapping everything, when we reassessed this statement that being a Freemason is being Filipino, what do we really mean? Well, we have to look at it in 3 major ways. First, Philippine Freemasonry is the product of a unique fusion of genuine brotherly love. The merger of continental and regular Freemasonry. There were gigantic risks for Filipinos to surrender their charters and join the Grand Lodge of the Philippines, our Grand Lodge today. Tremendous risks. They were surrendering. Did they lose? No. The American brethren, despite racial tension then, despite race relations then, willingly accepted them, knowing that the Filipinos would have the numbers to take over the Grand Lodge. Yet despite that, as you can see behind me, from 1917 to 1975, we've had an unbroken series of Grand Masters who were both Americans and Filipinos because, and this is the hope of Freemasonry for civil society, they learned to live in peace together. Last thing, brethren, what happened to Teodoro M. Calao? In 1922, he had to step down. He had to step down for this merger to happen. Teodoro M. Calao in 1922 was made the one and only honorary Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of the Philippines. In 1928, the Deputy Grand Master was Filipino, got sick, and could not leave Baguio. He could not ascend into the Grand Oriental chair. But here's the thing. The American senior warden knew the importance of keeping that tradition. Filipino-American, Filipino-American. So the brethren looked on the floor, and Brother Calao, our only honorary Grand Master then, was unanimously nominated from the floor directly to become Grand Master for 1928. So he became Grand Master after all. So, again, that's an example of genuine brotherly love. The American senior warden, senior Grand Warden, he knew, I'm not going to go up because we have this tradition. So they picked someone from the floor to keep that tradition. Okay, and that became the basis going forward for the recognition in many instances of Prince Hall Grand Lodges in the US because we have that example here. Going further, let's now go to the last poll. Okay, for the second reason why we call we can say that Freemasonry is being Filipino. Let's first have to ask, brethren, there is no lodge today named after Brother Tomas del Rosario. Yet he has contributed something significant in Filipino history. Can you guess what that is? Is it A, the author of Philippine Declaration of Independence? Incidentally, have you ever wondered, I always wondered when I was young, how come in the US they teach the Philippine Declaration of Independence and people know about it, but here, you ask around, nobody knows what's in our Philippine Declaration of Independence when it was read out in Kawit, okay, when Aguinaldo declared independence. How come? Was Brother Tomas del Rosario the author? B, well, that's another story, okay? B, developed the initial system of the local government for the First Philippine Republic. C, negotiated relations and official protocols between First Philippine Republic and the Philippine Independent Church. Take note, who was the founder of the Philippine Independent Church? A Freemason, Brother Gregorio Aglipay. Was he the one who negotiated for us to have protocols with the Philippine Independent Church of Brother Aglipay? Or what's this? Was sponsored and advocated freedom of religion clause of the Malolos Constitution? Pick 4. Very worshipful Dennis. Very worshipful Dennis. Can we have the poll? Which among these 4 is Brother Tomas del Rosario's signature contribution to Philippine history? Can we have the poll? Okay. Can you just answer number 2, brethren?
Kuya Teddy, they need to answer 1 again and 2. Sorry.
Well, now you know. Number 3 is AC is the question, the answer to number 1. Let's talk about number 2, brethren. Can you go down? Let's answer it. Here's the thing, brethren. We're going to talk about Brother Tomas del Rosario. Yet up to today, there is no lodge named after him. Makes you wonder. Okay, so we'll have 1 more minute. Declaration of Philippine Independence. Local government, Brother Aglipay, Constitution. What would it be, brethren? What do you think? Okay, we'll have our last substantial number of us have already voted. We'll have our last 15 seconds before we finish with the poll. Okay, brethren, here are the results. Okay, let me share have I shared the poll results? Okay. Author of the Philippine Declaration of Independence, 30% of us. 20, wow, pretty evenly divided. Developed our system of local government, 21%, or 18%, 17% negotiated relations with Brother Aglipay, and another 1/3 sponsored the freedom of religion clause of the Malolos Constitution? Well, let me tell you now, brethren, it's certainly not number A. Rianzares Bautista was the one who actually did our first Philippine Declaration of Independence. And if you want to know the reason why no one knows it today, it's because it's not really good. Okay, it's pretty. It's. I wouldn't say it's bad. I'm saying it's not what you would expect from a Philippine Declaration of Independence. That's why we don't really teach that document now. Not him, and it's not the local government, and it's not him knowing Brother Aglipay, because we really don't know if he did. He probably did. We just don't know. It's the fact that he sponsored the freedom of religion clause of the Malolos Constitution. So 1/3 of you got it. Congratulations. Why is that important? Because, brethren, that is the second reason why Philippine Freemasonry today, we can say, is the reason for why we are Filipino. If it were not for our national institution, we would not. I know I'm making an argument here, but let me highlight, we would not be a nation today. Why? In the Malolos Constitution, a significant number of non-Masons who are Catholics, being Catholics, expected that the Roman Catholic religion should be the official religion of our republic. Now you might ask, how can that be? Okay, how can that be? Well, you have to know, in those times, the union of church and state was a fundamental principle of public governance. That's the reason why the church went up against continental Freemasonry. Because continental Masons were saying that should not be the case. We should have a tolerant society for all religions, because if we exclude some, they will become second-class citizens. That would have been the case, brethren. That would have been the case if we had the Catholic religion as our official religion. We would be excluding as second-class citizens everybody else who are not of the Catholic faith. But for the fact that Brother Tomas del Rosario and the other Freemasons in the Malolos Congress stood up and said, no, this should not be. Because why? Not because they conspired together as Freemasons, but because of, let me highlight again, the blue and yellow circles. The blue circles, in that, their ideals influenced them as Freemasons, and the fact that they lived out these ideals together. And because they lived out these ideals, as led by Brother Tomas del Rosario, he proposed that in lieu of recognition of the Catholic religion as our official religion here in the Philippines, we would have a clause guaranteeing freedom of religion for all Filipinos, for all time. That clause won by one vote, one brother's vote. And that is why today, in our Philippine Constitution, we have our freedom of religion clause. And that is why today, brethren, we have a united Filipino nation. Okay? But most importantly, why can we say that practicing Filipino Freemasonry is being Filipino? Thirdly, because of the ideals that we talked about, the ideals of continental Freemasonry and its impact in our identity, our Filipino psyche. How did these ideals impact our psyche? Because of the three foundations of our nationhood. This idea of our nation, it is founded on three ideals, which, as you know, brethren, for those who are not Masons in our audience, this is taught to all Philippine Freemasons. As you know, these ideals are what are the foundation of our Philippine nationhood. Okay? The first is that the propaganda movement, which I explained, it became, as influenced by Masonic ideals, Filipino Freemasons banded together and formed a unified campaign to push these ideas in the face of the status quo. It was the Filipino Masons who joined lodges, learned the philosophy, brought these ideas and practiced them by forming a movement. This movement that became the propaganda movement, a unified campaign of reforms that gave birth to the Philippine Revolution. What were these liberal ideals? Those are the 5 I highlight there. These are fundamental in continental Freemasonry. These ideas include the governance of people through elected representatives. It sounds pretty basic today, but at that time, this is the exception to the rule. Second, the separation of church and state. Fundamental now, but not then. Third, the enforcement of fundamental personal freedoms. Free speech, freedom of religion, free press, right to assembly. Again, at that time, exception to the rule, we take for granted today. Fourth, regulation of basic education by the state as against religious orders. In short, we have the state providing the education and we're not leaving it to religious orders to do so. And of course, even regular Freemasons recognize this. Finally, most importantly, the equality and fraternity of mankind under law. For in the non-Masonic universe, they call this the Equal Protection Clause. All of these ideals are ideals of continental Freemasonry. The 5th is highlighted in regular Freemasonry. These were ideals taught to our Filipino brethren in Spain. They brought it here. They formed the basis of our nation. And how can they form the basis of that nation? In those lodges. Let me go back. In those lodges, that yellow circle, in those lodges together, starting with, when as Freemasons, talking to each other, dialoguing with each other, in those lodges, starting with the Solidaridad Lodge, okay, going to Nilad, and then the Grand Lodge, in those lodges, brethren, okay, our brothers did not, like Marcelo del Pilar, he did not just see himself as a Bulakenyo. He did not see them like Rizal. He did not see himself as somebody from Morong. They started seeing themselves as Filipinos. It was in those lodges that we first developed a genuine sense of nationhood from formerly dispersed regional interests. Those are the foundations of our nations. And that is why we can credibly argue that Freemasonry is being Filipino, really because of these 3 foundations. So, brethren, in summary, our Grand Lodge as a regular Grand Lodge in the Masonic universe is unique. Is unique in the sense that although we are a regular Grand Lodge, we have the outlook and uniform of regular Freemasonry. Our soul, our cultural soul, and our heritage, it actually belongs to continental Freemasonry. Like Rizal here. Rizal, the continental Freemason. That is why, brethren, Freemasonry is being Filipino. Happy 122nd Independence Day. Before we start with our Q&A, let me highlight, it's like it's like when you go on TB home shopping, there are that's not all. On the instructions of Most Worshipful Jun Suan, we will be providing webinars during this extended term. We will have 2 cycles using our traditional disciplines. In July next year, we'll have our under our discipline of Masonic jurisprudence, we will be giving an orientation on the new 2019 edition of the Masonic Law Book. It's already available. It's updated with the exception of Most Worshipful Suan's own edicts. You can get it at the shop downstairs. In August, we will talk about, for lodge management, sponsoring and recommending candidates to the Grand Lodge. You might ask, is a sponsor's role just signing the petition? No. Find out in August. In September, if you want to join the Corps of Grand Lecturers, eventually as a district deputy grand lecturer, as junior grand lecturer, or as eventually senior grand lecturer, you might know what do we do? So we'll talk about Masonic lectures in September. In October, we will go to Masonic philosophy, the reason why we have initiation, passing, and racing. The reason for that lies in the Masonic initiatic experience. We'll talk about that in October. And then we'll move to Masonic liturgy, the roots and genealogy of our Philippine Masonic ritual in November. A lot of brethren, when they are exposed to this ritual, feel that it can no longer be changed because it has been with us since time immemorial. That's not the case, brethren. You can actually change ritual, like the United Grand Lodge of England did in the 1980s when they took out the penalties, much to their later regret. So we'll see the development of our ritual, where it came from in November. And then we'll talk about our edicts this year, as issued by Most Worshipful Jun in December, followed by fundamentals of Masonic harmony and mediation in lodges in January. How do you keep the peace? How do you make brethren dwell together in Masonic unity? That's January. In February, we'll talk about in detail the story that I talked about, the fusion of 1917. We'll do a deep dive because actually we can go really further into that. And if you want to know, that's in February. In March, we'll talk about how you can seek further Masonic light, pointers in doing Masonic research, and we'll end the extended term right before the ANCOM with on Masonic liturgy, understanding Masonic obligations in the craft degrees. We'll revisit it. As you know, this was our topic for monthly Masonic education last year. We'll probably also include on the instructions of Most Worshipful Jun our charges, the charges given to an entered apprentice, fellow craft, and master mason in April. Okay, so all of these we will schedule specific dates each month, 45-minute presentations. This will be in addition to the online diploma program that IMES will be relaunching this year to get it going. They'll be getting it going. It'll be in addition to that. So, brethren, again, happy Independence Day, and I hope this presentation was useful to you. Thank you very much. I'm open to questions.
Kuya Teddy, you can check the Q&A. May mga questions dyan.
Okay.
And then, you can raise it up on your end. You're a co-host.
Okay.
And meron din sa chat. May mga ibang questions din sa chat, pero okay naman.
Okay. I'll go through them one by one.
Okay.
One, using as basis the GLP's definition of clandestine Mason, who among our national heroes were not clandestine Masons? If you're talking about Freemasons who were national heroes, they are not clandestine. They are continental Masons. As you know, continental Masonic tradition is separate. We don't call them, well, legally, technically, you can also call them clandestine because they're not regular, but we would not want to use that term for them because the continental Masonic system is just as vibrant as a regular Masonic system. So who would be clandestine Masons today? Those who wanna do, who claim to be Masons but are not. Fake Masons, okay? Those are clandestine Masons. And there are a lot around. For example, there's this guy, very popular, very famous, who claims he's a Mason but who is now incarcerated because of the human anti-piracy, anti-kidnapping law, Manggusin or whatever. He's not a Mason, okay? And Brother Deo Macalma, our bubwit, our famous radio host, knows that, okay? Can I ask something about Philippine worshipful? Okay. Actually, Lodge Gibraltar, yes. Brother Cameron Sloan talks about the Lodge Gibraltar number 128. Yes, they were, like I highlighted, they were one of those lodges in 1769 who came here, a regular Grand Lodge. As I highlighted, they were traveling military warrants. Like I said, during the time when we were conceptually a British colony, the first Freemason here were regular, as I highlighted earlier. Okay, Filipino Masons, okay, formed Lodge Perla del Oriente, yes, and Lodge 618 in Hong Kong, okay. 1907, that's a Cebu Lodge. It's not a question, it's a comment. Okay. Okay, this presentation, we will provide a PDF on the Grand Lodge website soon. Okay, so you're going to get a copy of the presentation. All of these webinars, yes, there's no fraternal secrets in any of the 10 series. So if you want your wife to, or I'm sorry, if you want your boss to attend, yes, you can make her attend so that she can learn a little bit of what we do. There's nothing secret here. Feel free to make them watch with you. My wife, my own boss, Attorney Calao, she just passed the bar. My own boss is watching today. Hi, love. Okay. Yes, very worshipful Leviste, we will have the presentations present. When the 27 lodges joined the American Grand Lodge, what happened to their own Grand Lodge? They also rendered their charters. The regional Grand Lodge of the Grand Orient of Spain was dissolved. Most worshipful Teodoro M. Calo was the last regional Grand Master. So it was completely dissolved when they surrendered. Okay. Grand National Lodge of France, Grand National Francois, the Grand Lodge National of France. Are they regular? As you know, there are several Grand Lodges in France. The one we are in amity with is the GNLF. We did suspend relations with them, but I understand they're now back in the fold because I understand the conflict has been settled. There are other Grand Lodge like the Grand Orient of France, which we don't recognize because they are continental Freemasons. Okay. Like I said, presentations will be made available. Okay. Freemasons and Roman Catholic faith. I'm Roman Catholic, by the way. And as you know, brethren, all of us regular Freemasons, we know that there is no conflict whatsoever between the Masonic and our Masonic principles and our Catholic faith. As a matter of fact, we are required in regular Freemasons, we are required to have belief in God. What the conflict, the misunderstanding comes in because of three reasons. One, if you notice the three circles, the non-Masons are stuck in that red circle. They don't understand that when we talk about belief in God, we really are talking about religious tolerance. We're not promoting several gods. We're saying in a Masonic lodge, I cannot evangelize. I cannot look at my Muslim brother and says, you become a Catholic or I'll kill you. We can't do that. We're preaching tolerance. It doesn't mean that I believe that my religion is inferior or equal to a Muslim brother. I believe my religion will eventually triumph. I believe that my salvation is we will have salvation in the Roman Catholic faith. But I'm not gonna force that on my Muslim brother. Okay, that's what religious tolerance means. One. Second, if you notice now, it is because historically, before the Roman Catholic Church, as doctrine, highlighted that you cannot separate publicly in public governance the church from the state. That's what's led to the first papal bull against continental Freemasons. Because continental Freemasons, on the principle of religious tolerance, highlighted you must separate the governance of a state from any one religion. You must be tolerant of the practice of all religions. Before, Catholics didn't like that. Third, final reason. Freemasonry, the expression of it, it's in the public domain. We cannot trademark Masonic symbols. So that means anybody in the world can go up and say, I'm a Mason. There are lodges of Freemasons who have nothing to do whatsoever with Freemasonry. and yet they claim that they're Freemasons. In Italy, okay, there are criminal organizations who use Masonry as a front, who are very well known to Italian priests, and who actively go against local churches, not because they're real Freemasons, but because they're criminals. And Italian priests know this. That's why, particularly in Italy and some other cases in Europe, when you ask an Italian priest and you tell him about the Freemasons, sometimes he thinks of those criminal gangs. Okay? It's much easier to hide criminal activity if you're talking about something that you're a fake clandestine Mason. So for many priests, Italian priests in particular, that's their version of Freemasonry, which is fake. There's a fourth reason. Obviously, here in our country, it's in the personal vested interest of some to keep this misunderstanding going. Okay? But aside from those four reasons, clearly, as you know, regular Freemason, there's no such thing as a conflict if you really know our principles. General Douglas MacArthur, yes, he got his 33rd degree in the Philippine jurisdiction in one of our appendant bodies. General Douglas MacArthur was made a 33rd degree Mason. He actually served on the Supreme Council here. The Supreme Council of the Philippines is separate from the two Supreme Councils in the US. Okay? The Northern and Southern jurisdiction. He got his degree as a Scottish Rite Mason, 33rd degree here. Okay? Okay. Tomas Del Rosario, why is he doesn't have a lodge in his memory? I'm wondering also, brethren. I'm wondering also. Maybe it's because we don't know our history enough. Okay. Patriotism, we should discuss it more. I agree. In our Masonic education. Is it possible to constitute a lodge here in GLP to work other ritual like emulation? We don't know, brethren. We still have to take that up in the Grand Lodge. Grand Master of Spain came here. I'm not aware of that discussion. If I'm not aware of that visit. When will we send lectures? Well, we're under the to Victoria. Well, under that MOA, we're supposed to send every year. So we're gonna work out the details, of sending lectures to teach their Grand Lodge inspectors. From Professor Xiao Chua of the Philippine Historical Association, it seems that Masonry was accepted by Filipinos, but because they have their own concept of Kapitiran and Sandiego, it is then good to explore in the future the difference and similarities between the two. I agree. To my fellow historian, Professor Chua, I agree. Is Felix Manalo a Mason? We have no historical, as far as I know, there's no historical evidence for that. Okay. I don't believe, I'm talking, Brother Aglipay of the Philippine Independent Church is a Mason. A Philippine Independent Church, Brother Aglipay. Felix Manalo, I don't think he is. Okay. I'm just wondering why GLP has amity with the rest of Grand Lodge of US, but not, I believe we do. Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, I believe we are in amity with them. Grand Loya Nacional de Pilipinas, which claims to be coming. As far as we're concerned, they are no longer recognized jurisdiction. So that we're talking of GLNF. I'm sorry, but we don't have relations with them. Okay, so I guess that's all the questions. Kuya Dennis, are there other questions you'd like to take up?
You got them all, Kuya Teddy.
Thank you so much. So, brethren, again, happy 122nd Independence Day. Thank you, most worshipful sir. Thank you, brethren and ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you enjoyed today's Masonic education. I look forward to seeing you every month for the next 10 months in our future webinar series. Thank you very much. Back to you, Kuya Dennis.
Okay. Thank you very much, very worshipful Teddy Calao, for that very informative lecture that you have given to our brethren, particularly in this day of celebration of our 122nd Independence Day. So before we go, any final words, most worshipful sir? Nakamute kayo, sir. Nakamute.
Brethren, Thank you for listening, and of course to our very merciful Ted Calao, very informative Masonic education. Monthly, meron na tayong lecture na gagawin ni very merciful Ted. So brethren, abangan nyo yan. Good noon and happy Independence Day. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Most Merciful Sir. Sa inyo po lahat, muli, magandang araw po ng kalayaan at magkikita-kita po tayo muli sa mga susunod nating mga webinars. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon sa inyo lahat.